Chapter 948. Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. To those people, it was a chance like none other. He spent most of his time training in the Holy Ji Palace, and the place had matrices laid everywhere. If anyone wanted to attack the place, it would have been far more difficult than moving against him in the mausoleum. The mighty ones from the barren state surrounded Yi Futian, apparently guarding him against the ones from the 3 holy lands. Let's go. Yi Futian moved forward. There were many puppets coming at them in the mausoleum, and they seemed to have come alive as soon as they stepped into the place. Qin Zhuang and the others stood at the front armed with swords. The puppets were cut down by space tears from the swords. However, Qin Zhuang then said, the place was put under lockdown by the perilous aura, making it an independent space completely cut off from the outside. Yi Futian nodded as he felt so as well. The upper part of the mausoleum was filled with perilous aura, cutting them off from the outside world and affecting their powers. Cultivators use their powers by communicating and resonating with the power of their surroundings. If they were unable to do so, they would be forced to rely on the stock within their bodies to do so. While the skills used might be just as powerful, it was incredibly taxing and their powers would be severely weakened. Those who did not train in martial arts would be affected even further, as their spiritual powers were rendered almost useless. Conserve your powers and let the martial artists attack, Yi Futian said. Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong opened the path for the others. Sword flashes cut down every obstacle while Yuan Hong's golden body stepped through the air with overbearing might, toppling everything in its path and putting down countless puppets. At that moment, there were saints absorbing the powers of their surroundings in a frenzy, like a whale. Terrifying storms of spiritual qi whipped up in the mausoleum as they attempted to hog all of the spiritual qi within for themselves. It was apparent that the saints also found that the limitations imposed by the mausoleum had affected their powers as well. Spiritual qi within the 1,000-mile-wide mausoleum reversed as they were absorbed by the saints, making the spiritual qi concentration within the place increasingly thin. Many had trouble even sensing the presence of spiritual qi, making it immensely difficult for invoking the powers of their surroundings. A lot of mighty ones felt out of place in such an environment. They looked up at the golden space within perilous aura ebbing. It felt a boat being affixed in the middle of a river by steel ropes. The great ceiling matrix-like construct sealed the imperial mausoleum within. Yi Futian felt rather dejected and thought it was a pity not having his teacher around. It would have been a considerable edge for them if his teacher, who had achieved sainthood through considerable martial and physical feats, were in there with them. But at that moment, Yi Futian's body worked like running thunder, throwing a punch at a puppet and destroying it as he continued to press forward, sprinting within the imperial mausoleum. He was not the only one to do so. All of the mighty ones were moving incredibly quickly without stopping. The puppets out to get in their way stood no chance of stopping them. However, the puppets that came had gotten increasingly powerful. There was a terrifying storm of will coming at them from the front at the moment. Xia Qingyuan and her people were the fastest as they arrived at a flatland somewhere at the front. There was a golden staircase at the forefront and there was already a silhouette standing at the top. It was a huge puppet holding a spear, whipping up terrifying storms around it and coming at the crowd beneath. Terrifying illusions appeared around them and an army of puppets came down at them. There were even golden carriages on a rampage. The huge puppet seemed like a general of an army of thousands. Huang Shi saw the scene before him and clenched his fists. Despite his training level, his eyes were red. That was the method that the sovereign family, trained in. Its power was immense in the hands of their ancestors, so much so that even when they were buried in the mausoleum, they will still reach the heavens and remained intact throughout the ages. Be it saints or sages, they all had to halt before such powers. Li Yao and his people moved forward slowly at the front. A middle-aged man held a long blade in his hand, drawing straight sword gash in the air. However, the immense will of the heavens remained unfettered, forcing them to move on foot one step at a time. Yi Futian and the others naturally felt the terrifying force of the martial will. Furthermore, the stronger one's training was, the greater the force felt. Sages and saints were all halted and forced to move forward slowly. He sensed the immense will sweeping about and stood before Hua Jiu and slowly stepped forward. Despite being pressured by the immense martial will, he remained unmoved. One puppet after another crashed at him and they crumbled one after another. Huang Jiuge was at his side, casting similar martial will as he moved forward, feeling the rush deep in his mind. He wondered if he would ever see the day where he would be able to command armies with only his will, stopping all manner of saints and sages in their tracks. A stifling rumble was heard and Yi Futian felt his heart race. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace was seen spitting blood. Their face ashen and their steps completely halted. That mighty one from the Holy Ji Palace was a sage from the Battle Sage Palace and had considerable power. They were attacked by someone standing not far away from where they stood. It was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, a sage ranked 9th on the sage ranking. Kong Yao was clad in divine implement armor and emanated terrifying martial rules will. He brought unparalleled offensive powers to bear with every step he took while resisting the storm as if a divine elephant had stomped on the ground. The mighty ones from all over the barren state stopped, their expressions extremely cold. One who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not someone to be trifled with. The Sword Saint had only been able to fight toe-to-toe with him back then by cranking his powers to the pinnacle by using the demonic blade. Presently, Kong Yao was still confident that no one would be able to stand against him if it was a one-on-one fight. In the Imperial Mausoleum, Matrix powers were difficult to conjure, and as such, it was the perfect timing to attack. Kong Yao was not alone. 3 formidable sages of the great Zhou sacred dynasty ranked on the sage ranking, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Nie Gai, had all closed in on Yi Futian and his people, ready to kill him on the spot. Other than them, the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain made their move as well. They were Zhong Kuei, a sage who ranked among the top 20 of the sage ranking, and Li Daoqiu, an immense talented talent whose importance in the Xihua Sacred Mountain was second only to Lu Zong. Xihua Sacred Mountain had 3 figures ranked on the sage ranking before, but the Rain Saint had been able to achieve sainthood in the battle of proving holiness in the upper worlds, giving birth to the 3rd saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain. As such, there was one more saint of theirs on the saint ranking while one less sage on the sage ranking. It was truly the first time Xihua Sacred Mountain acted against the people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They apparently did not bother concealing their motives anymore. The raising of Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's men was a testament to the man's ferocity. If he was not taken out soon, it would be too late when he became far more powerful. With how things were presently, even if the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were to do nothing against him, they would have already earned his ire all the same. With 6 sages ranked on the sage ranking of the 9 states and other top-notch figures present at the same time, it became apparent that they intended to finish off Yi Futian and his men as soon as they entered the Imperial Mausoleum and save them of further troubles. The Moon Saint said as everyone saw what happened, "Today is the day where the princess brought us all in to explore the Imperial Mausoleum. What are Saint Xihua and the Sacred King trying to do here? The princess has long known of the feud between us, so we'll just let the young ones duke it out. We'll just keep pressing forward," Saint Xihua said plainly and continued to move in the storm, not batting an eye at the battles taking place at his rear. Xia Qingyuan did not turn her eyes in their direction and she kept pressing forward. She had little concern over the feud between the 9 states' holy lands. The Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, Yuan Hong, and many other mighty ones halted their steps and walked to the rear. In a space where everyone was taking on immense pressure, no one expected their enemy to make a move at that time. People of somewhat weaker training were unable to fight in such a state. If they were attacked during such a time, they would probably die. As such, both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King mobilized the best of their forces, as they were very much needed on this trip. Those who were with Yi Futian in the mausoleum were the absolute elite forces within the Holy Ji Palace. They consisted of the most powerful of sages in their holy land. Continue pressing forward, little brother, the sword saint said. His blade was drawn and demonic will was activated, sweeping the sealed space about them. Demonic light shot forth and manifested as terrifying blade will, heading towards the mighty ones. Other than him, Yang Xiao, Qin Zhuang, and some top-notch figures stopped as well, turning to face the top forces from both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was an enemy they had to deal with right there and then. Where are you going? Some other mighty ones walked out as well. There were many formidable mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty present. 3 holy lands joining hands against 1 holy Ji palace. Some expense indeed, the Moon Saint said plainly, then said to Yu Jianglu and the others, stay behind and see what the sages of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty are capable of. Will do. Yu Jianglu nodded. Another group of mighty ones emerged and joined the fight. Mighty ones from the Yu clan were assassinated in the barren state and their true culprit had yet to be found. As such, they saw fit to join the fray and see what would happen. Thank you, Senior, Yi Futian said to the Moon Saint. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King looked rather glum. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is a holy land of the eastern state as well. Get down there and test your mettle, the Glass Saint said to her people. Many mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple moved forward and joined the fray. 3 holy lands, the Yu clan, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and the Holy Ji Palace, joined hands, and both the opposing holy lands lost their edge altogether. Jisheng Cliffs only had Kong Yao left after all. However, Jiang Yuechan, who was beside the Glass Saint, had no intention of making a move, sticking close to the Glass Saint. Thank you, Sister Glass Saint, Yi Futian smiled and said. With the help of the other 2 holy lands, their powers were more than even to that of their enemies. Boosting your powers forcefully through reverse demonic means, I'll see how powerful you've gotten compared to all those years ago. Kong Yao stepped forward and his divine elephant stomped the ground, bringing immense pressure to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was wrapped in an intense demonic blade. He lifted his demonic blade and burst with a tremendous blade will, cutting down the shadow of the divine elephant coming at him. Big brother and seniors, be careful, Yi Futian said as he continued pressing forward. The Imperial Mausoleum map was clear in his mind and they had yet to reach the center of the mausoleum. The Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple joined hands, so the battles would not have been much a problem. As such, he had to keep up with the others from the other holy lands. He accelerated all of a sudden, tearing through the pressing martial will. The puppets were sent flying from his immense speed. The saints walked in the front. The Zhou Sacred King turned his eyes to the Glass Saint by his side, saying, you know, the position of Queen of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has remained open for you. Why do you need to hold what happened all those years ago against me? The Glass Saint continued to wear a plain, warm smile as she turned her eyes to the Sacred King. Her words were like blades. Zhou Jiming, I won't rest until you're dead. The Sacred King looked at the most beautiful face in the eastern state and said, I built the Lapis Lazuli Palace at my place specifically for you. The Glass Saint's eyes turned even colder and the cold emanating from her was frightening. Those around them looked at the 2 saints and thought that they finally dropped their facade. Chapter 949. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the eastern state. It went all the way back to the decline of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the eastern state. It went all the way back to the decline of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to be on friendly terms and had maintained peace for many years. In actuality, however, the relations between the Holy Lands of the 9 states were rather peculiar and complicated. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had been the absolute force in all of the eastern state once upon a time. The rise of both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the lapis lazuli Holy Temple had taken considerable influence from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. There was no way that there was no beef between them. However, their temperaments as saints were exceptional. No one would have been able to guess what was really going on when all of them sat at the same table. But then again, with the ongoing sacred war, the old scores were dug out as well. The alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty involved terms regarding the Glass Saint. The two forces were moved against the lapis lazuli Holy Temple. They would not have yielded the Holy Ji Palace to Jisheng Cliffs just like that otherwise. All three holy lands had their own agendas, and the Zhou Sacred Kings involved the Glass Saint and the lapis lazuli Holy Temple. Similarly, the Glass Saint had chosen to turn against the Zhou Sacred King and take Yi Futian's side not only because she admired Yi Futian's talents. She was doing it because she knew well that if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were to fall under the alliance of the three holy lands, the Zhou Sacred King would come for her next. It was not just a year or two that the Sacred King had been eyeing her. Many had little idea of what happened in the eastern state a very long time ago, and they stared at the two saints with puzzled eyes. The two saints, who stood at the pinnacle of the eastern state, turned hostile against each other in an instant, and the language used was extremely unflinching and pointed. The Sacred King said that he had built a lapis lazuli palace within the royal palace of the Sacred Dynasty, specifically for the Glass Saint, while the Glass said that she would not rest until the Sacred King was dead. The ones around them were puzzled as to what that meant. Yi Futian shot a puzzled look at their direction as well, and came to realize something. The Barren State had been isolated from the 9 states for too long to know much about what happened in the eastern state. It was something that not even the elders of the Barren State would have known, and there was no way Yi Futian would have known as well. He only heard that the Zhou Sacred King has had a thing for the number 1 beauty of the eastern state, the Glass Saint, for a long time, and that it had been so since they were young. The Glass Saint's expression turned even colder after hearing that the Sacred King had built her a lapis lazuli palace in the royal palace, losing all the warmth and beauty that she usually had. She exuded intense murderous intent and her hair billowed. An extremely cold will burst from her as she stepped forward, freezing her surroundings, seemingly about to freeze the perilous aura in the imperial mausoleum as well. She did not tangle with the Sacred King any further and continued to move forward. The mighty ones led by Xia Qingyuan and Li Yao at the forefront rushed at the huge puppet at the top of the stairs at the moment. A flash of swords seemingly shot out of nowhere and a strike from the palm blocking the sky, heading straight for the huge puppet, destroying it. The sweeping pressure disappeared in an instant, and all straightened themselves up as they moved. The Sacred King walked beside the Glass Saint and did not care about the coldness being exuded from her. He intended to walk abreast with her. He then said, "I know that it is hard for you to put what happened all those years ago behind us and it affected your thoughts. I, too, have never forgotten you all these years. If you're able to let go of your obsession and become my queen, we will be able to reach further heights by training together. You and me once stood at the top of Eastern State and we were known to be a match made in heaven. I, Zhou Jiming, reigned supreme among a generation in the Eastern State, and you were the only one who was able to stand by my side. Many wished for us to become a couple like none other." The disgust within the Glass Saint's cold eyes was even more intense than it had been before. She was born into a renowned clan of the Eastern State, and she reigned supreme in both talent and appearance. The Lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had held her in great regard when she was young, taking her into the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and making her a personal student. It had been something that shook the Eastern State all those years ago. She had been engaged back then, and her fiancé had been an extremely well-known genius as well. Their families had been friends for generations, and it seemed that they were truly a match made in heaven. But then again, while they might have been of great renown, they still paled in comparison to the prince of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, who was known everywhere, Zhou Jiming. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple's lord intended to take her as a personal student after she became famous, and that attracted Zhou Jiming's attention. He began to pursue her madly after he first saw her, asking for her hand in marriage from her family, intending to make her his queen. However, the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was actually at odds with the lord of the lapis lazuli holy temple back then. Their feud ran very deep. The very reason why the great Zhou sacred dynasty had taken notice of her was because of said feud as well. Under such circumstances, there was no way she would have agreed to the proposal. In order to avoid further trouble, she and her family had decided to get things over with quickly by getting the wedding over with and having her marrying her fiancé. She was in her wedding attire that day and she looked absolutely stunning. She had great hopes for the future. While she did not exactly like her fiancé in that way, their families had been good friends for generations, and as such, she did not resent the arrangement. Furthermore, she was to enter the lapis lazuli holy temple to train after the wedding. However, she had not expected that day to be her nightmare. She was taken away from her family by the ones who were there to pick her up for the wedding, yet she entered the great Zhou sacred dynasty instead of her fiancé's home. Her fiancé and the family that her family had been friends with for generations sold her to the great Zhou sacred dynasty. She still remembered the time when Zhou Zhiming was all high and mighty in the great Zhou sacred dynasty and bestowed her with the title of her would-be queen in the future, promising her great wealth and intended to marry her. Her response was simply to take one of the dowry that her family had prepared for her, a divine implement, and thrust it into her heart, refusing to suffer such humiliation and chose death instead. It was fortunate for her that her teacher heard of the news and crashed into the great Zhou sacred dynasty demanding her returning, taking her away right in front of Zhou Zhiming's father back to the lapis lazuli holy temple. She was revived and she lived. However, while she lived, her family, including the guests, guards and subordinates, over 3,000 of them, were killed, dying at the hands of the Golden Phoenix Army's hands. None of them from her family survived except one woman, the servant girl that accompanied her when she was married. Said servant girl was none other than Jiang Yuechun, the mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, who was at her side. When her training bore solid fruit in later days, she took Jiang Yuechun with her and eliminated her former fiancé's family. She cut down the head of her former fiancé without any mercy. In the days that followed, she became the glass saint that she was known as in the present day. The incident that happened back then caused the lives of both my father and your teacher. Two of the greatest figures of the Eastern state perished in a clash of the Titans battle. Wouldn't that be enough to put the feud we had behind us? The sacred king looked calm as he continued. Furthermore, you wanted me dead back then and severed my path to sainthood, causing me to break into the saint plane tens of years later. You almost killed him, yet did I ever blame you for that? Get lost, the glass saint said coldly. Her body turned as cold as frost after being reminded by Zhou Zhiming of their past. She was not naive enough to think that someone like Zhou Zhiming had truly been obsessed over her out of love. He was only doing it because she had refused his advances many times back then. Her utter refusal to submit to him hit the unparalleled genius who had been titled Crown Prince at a very young age. It all led to her family being slaughtered. It was all a testament to his determination to see what he set out to do done and that no one shall stand in his way. She had once got in the way of him attaining sainthood and she had also almost ended up killing him several times. Zhou Zhiming probably came to fear her more than he loved her. She knew very well that to Zhou Zhiming, she was but an obsession he would never be able to truly rid himself of. If she had actually agreed to his proposal, moving into the lapis lazuli palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and becoming his woman, his wish would have been fulfilled and his head cleared by then. As he came to possess her, he would have cut her down soon after. Zhou Zhiming was her inner demon, and in the same vein she was, too, Zhou Zhiming's inner demon. She was unable to truly rest until Zhou Zhiming ended up dead. Zhou Zhiming's expression turned cold after hearing her scornful word. He, who was still in the air, turned to shoot a cold stare at Futian, who was not far away. He said, "Do you think you'll be able to take me on just by participating in this sacred war? Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State? He will be dead before long, and your wish of driving a wedge in how things are now, it will be nothing more than a dream. It's truly a pity that you, the number beauty in the Eastern state, one that will remain stunning even when compared to the rest of the 9 states, and furthermore, extremely talented, will have to lower yourself to get along with a runt. Are you really thinking of borrowing his power to achieve your goal? He can hardly keep himself alive, and the saints of the Holy Ji Palace are nowhere to be found. How will you get out of the predicament you find yourself in now? The sacred king said coldly. In another direction, Saint Shihua slowed down as well, and many felt something was about to happen. Are the two saints really getting ready to take on the glass saint right here in the imperial mausoleum? The sacred king's eyes were incredibly intense as he took a look at Yi Futian. Sister Glass Saint? Don't make me laugh. Yi Futian naturally sensed the sacred king's eyes on him and heard their conversation. Apparently, the feud between the Zhou sacred king and the glass saint ran deeper than he had expected. Hua Jiyu had once joked that the sacred king would suffer an emotional trauma so terrifying that it would ruin his training if Yi Futian could actually make the glass saint his. Yi Futian had thought it to be little more than a joke. But from the way things looked at the moment, it seemed to be something that might actually happen. The sacred king seemed determined to make the glass saint his, one way or another. That was something that he had kept well hidden and did not show in his daily facade. As for the sarcastic jab from the sacred king, Yi Futian hardly took it to heart, and he felt next to nothing about it. Zhou Jiming, Yi Futian smiled and said, "Sacred king, you really have one hell of an imposing name. But I wonder if you're really living up to it?" The sacred king turned his eyes to Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. If it had not been for the presence of Xia Qingyuan and the people from other holy lands, he might have actually snapped and ended Yi Futian right there and then. Saint Ji looked rather pathetic in comparison, as he was really reluctant to do anything substantial. So, are the leaders of two holy lands today going to gang up on a girl? Yi Futian saw Saint Shihua and the sacred king at the glass saint's flanks, as if they were having her surrounded. He did not expect the two to actually be so brutal, getting down to business right there in the imperial mausoleum. Both Saint Shihua and the sacred king were of a higher rank than the glass saint on the saint ranking. If both of them were to act against her at the same time, she would definitely be at a severe disadvantage. Since when do I need to heed your opinion about my way of going about things? Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian and said coldly, although Emperor Xia declared that saints are forbidden to move against people below the saint plane, if someone actively provokes the saints, then I guess Emperor Xia will be able to understand what happens afterward. They were already on bad terms with each other, and there was no need for facades. If the glass saint was determined to get herself into this, then they would simply ally themselves and take on the glass saint, showing decisiveness like none other. Chapter 950. The power of pressure brought on by the two great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Shihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. The power of pressure brought on by the two great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Shihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. A sword appeared in the hand of the glass saint. The sword was cold, like the moon in winter, seemingly capable of freezing anyone's soul. At this moment, all the gentleness and kindness had gone out of the eyes of the glass saint. There was only coldness remaining, warning strangers not to get close. It was as if this was the other side of glass saint. Many saints in the 9 states only knew that the glass saint cultivated in ice affinity but did not know that she was also an expert in swords. Love Destroyer. Great Zhou sacred king glanced at the sword in the hand of the glass saint. It was with this sacred sword that the glass saint chopped off the head of her betrothed. The name of the sword was Love Destroyer. It could hack away all emotions. Moreover, it could hack away the law. She did not look at Great Zhou sacred king or Saint Shihua but continued to move forward, sword in hand, seemingly without fear, facing the two saints who ranked above her. Upon the body of Great Zhou sacred king, the illusion of a golden phoenix appeared. It was as if it had melded with his body, surrounded by holy light as the dazzling golden radiance flowed, augmenting the body of this golden phoenix until it had covered the sky, creating the Jiutian sacred phoenix. Even if they were limited by the rules of the imperial mausoleums, the saints were born of the rules of the Great Path and were a law unto themselves. Raising his hand, Great Zhou's sacred king slammed in the direction of the glass saint, and the Jiutian sacred phoenix screamed as it flew out to attack. A radiant light appeared between heaven and earth, aiming at the seemingly frail body of the glass saint. In the hand of the glass saint, the love destroyer was unleashed to cut off strands of love and emotions and to cut off the Great Path. There was a silvery white light, frosty and cold, appearing in the space and slicing through the shadow of the Jiutian sacred phoenix. The momentum headed toward Great Zhou's sacred king's majestic and authoritative body. Great Zhou's sacred king sent out another palm strike and blocked the blade of light, but he faintly felt that the sacred sword had directly entered into his mind, cutting off his spiritual will and breaking the path of his cultivation. Back then, he could have entered the saint plane decades earlier, but he was stopped by the glass saint, who had hacked away the basis of his sacred path, intending on obstructing his path to sainthood. After what she had experienced, the glass saint was no longer as gentle as she normally appeared but was extremely determined and resilient in her heart. Everything she had done was to one day lead to his demise. The two broke out in an immense battle, and, in a moment, caused a terrible storm in the space. Many cultivators retreated. Even though the two were suppressing their true strengths, the rippling effect of the battle was still frightening. However, those inside the imperial mausoleum were not common characters themselves. The speed of the group did not stop as they were moving forward, and they were extremely fast. Even in the midst of battle, Great Zhou's sacred king and glass saint were battling and moving at the same time. In front of the imperial mausoleum, there was an ancient temple that was 3 stories high. In front of the ancient temple, there were 2 statue-like puppets guarding on each side. Above the ancient temple, there was also an enormous golden bell that was extremely radiant all over. The bell kept spinning, releasing brilliant rays like a renhuang bell. Underneath the ancient temple, there were countless puppets, like an army guarding the place. In front of them, there was a huge space occupied by a pattern of the 8 trigrams, like a matrix, and this pattern was the only gateway to the ancient temple. Xia Qingyuan, Li Yao and the others walked straight forward and followed the formation of the matrix, intending on stepping into the ancient temple of the imperial mausoleum. However, the 2 puppets stood there guarding the left and the right, like gods from heaven. The middle-aged scribe, who was next to Li Yao, was holding the sword that could split the heaven and earth. He hacked toward at puppets that had moved to the middle to block their way. The sword fell, and the sword that could cut through the void did not split the puppets apart. The 2 puppets were surrounded by a perilous aura that subtly turned into armor. They raised their hands and slammed toward the middle-aged scribe. Out of the sky, giant handprints fell down, and the middle-aged scribe felt a huge threat, and his body moved backward rapidly. But the handprints seemed to follow him like his shadow, covering the sky. He let out a scream, and his body spun and instantly released 3,000 blades of light. Among the vast world, only this sword seemed to exist. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the arms of the 2 puppets came down with destructive sword light. The middle-aged scribe felt that something was amiss and morphed his body into the sword, rapidly retreating. Another violent sound came out, and the body of the middle-aged scribe was struck down. With a shrill scream, he fell to the ground. His legs had been pierced through by the perilous aura and were eaten bit by bit into nothingness. It was an extremely wretched scene. The 2 puppets then separated, one on each side, still guarding the antiquities inside the imperial mausoleum. Glass Saint and Great Zhou's sacred king were still in battle, the 2 being equal in strength, erupting into an even fiercer battle. Just then, a terrible aura was exuded from Saint Shihua. "Watch out," Yi Futian called out in caution, and just as his voice faded, Saint Shihua finally made his move. His speed was extremely fast. The moment when he made his move, he turned into partial shadows, and his radiant body descended behind Glass Saint. The Imperial Mausoleum had limited their power of the Great Path, so an attack up close was the most suitable strategy. A terrible suffocating pressure descended, and at this moment, The glass saint could only feel the violent beating of her heart, and it was difficult to breathe. In her spiritual will, the figure of Saint Shihua had even appeared. Her left hand reached out and hit behind her. Heaven and the earth were frozen, and everything was turning into ice. But Saint Shihua still dealt his blow, using his palm, without any hesitation. Thousands of palm prints overlapped and forcibly shattered the power of the ice. At this moment, Glass Saint felt her inside shatter, and with a muffled sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. As her sword slashed downward, Great Zhou's Sacred King was forced back and his body flew back, leveraging the attack of Saint Shihua. There were stains of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was slightly disheveled. With her iciness at this moment, the glass saint appeared to exude a sense of abject beauty. Many people around them thought that Saint Shihua was truly malevolent. In spite of his own reputation, he would join in the attack with the Great Zhou's Sacred King and had seized the opportunity for a strike. Glass Saint, Great Zhou's Sacred King has loved you for many years. If you agree to marry into the Great Zhou dynasty as a sacred queen, it could be a beautiful thing. Saint Shihua looked at the glass saint while she looked as calm as undisturbed water. Her slender hand stretched out with sword in hand, but her slight body stood firm. A few strands of long hair around her forehead were flying, and her eyes revealed her determination. Princess, the giant bell on the ancient temple seems curious. Why not give it a try? Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, who turned her head to look at Yi Futian, then looked up at that rotating ancient bell. Sister Glass Saint, when the ancient bell rings, everyone will be attacked. You can take the opportunity to strike back. Yi Futian secretly transmitted the message to Glass Saint. A picture of the imperial mausoleum appeared in his mind. This place should be the book's hiding place in the imperial mausoleum, and it was already close to the belly of the land, and this ancient bell could initiate the matrix. Xia Qingyan gave an order to the people beside her, and suddenly, a cultivator of the Saint Plane levitated and knocked on the enormous ancient bell. Along with the bell ringing, an incomparable radiant glow bloomed from the ancient bell. In an instant, a tremendous pressure of the great path descended from the sky. Saints and sages alike felt as if they were shocked by electricity. The sounds of the Renhuang bell rocked inside their heads fiercely. The sound of the bell, like the sound of the great path, penetrated through the years, and seemed to come from the millennium. Those who cultivated longer felt a greater impact. Many from the Saint Plane on the scene groaned, and their heads were suddenly shaky. The saint who knocked on the ancient bell was shocked to the ground, his head humming and droning. Only the bell sounds of the great path continued lingering. The same was true for Great Zhou's Sacred King. The illusions of the golden phoenix that were upon his body seemed to be shattered, and for a moment, there was only emptiness in his mind. But at this time, Glass Saint felt a strong sense of danger. She raised her head abruptly to look up and saw that his body was being covered with ice bit by bit, a bone-chilling coldness, and the soul seemed to be enclosed in ice. The sword came for Great Zhou's Scared King, appearing directly in his mind, causing him to stop thinking. It was a sword that would destroy the law. At this moment, the brilliant light rushed towards ninth heaven, and the horrible golden phoenix lingered in the air. The blood inside his body was burning up and turned into golden sacred blood, stimulating the strength inside the body, unrestricted by the force of the other party. The sacred beast, a golden phoenix, flew out and seized the sword, but where the sword landed, it would destroy with the power of the great path. The figure of the golden phoenix shattered, and with a slushy sound, the sword penetrated the body of Great Zhou's Sacred King. The destructive force of the great path that would kill everything exploded with madness. The inside of the Great Zhou's Sacred King was burning. His eyes were fully opened and round, and his palms slammed forward. The sacred golden phoenix penetrated through them. With a loud bang, Glass Saint was knocked over and flew back, the sword in her hand dripping with golden blood. This sudden event shocked many, and they did not have time to respond. They looked at the two engrossed in fighting and saw the breath of Great Zhou's Sacred King quickly weaken. His wounds were constantly repairing, but they could see from his pale face that he had been grievously injured by the attack. The cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty came to him in a flash, and Jiang Yuechan caught Glass Saint. At the moment, the Glass Saint was in no better shape. Her clothes were blood-stained and it was a shocking sight to behold, but her injury was obviously less than that of Great Zhou Sacred King. Great Zhou Sacred King looked at Yi Futian coldly. Why did the Glass Saint attack at that precise moment? Obviously Yi Futian knew something. He and Saint Shihua knew that this imperial mausoleum may have been left behind by the royal ancestors of the Holy Ji Palace. It seemed that Yi Futian indeed knew of the secrets within the imperial mausoleum. Not only him, but Saint Shihua also cast a glance at Yi Futian. Saint Ji, who was in the void, did so as well. It seemed that Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King did not deceive him. Follow him. Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia. Jia nodded lightly, knowing what he should do. As the second existence of the sages on the saint and sage ranking, and under the current situation where all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were detained by Kong Yao in battle, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Futian. He was privy to the agreement between Saint Ji and Saint Shihua. Since Saint Shihua did not deceive his master, he would fulfill his part of the bargain and not allow Yi Futian to walk out of the imperial mausoleum. This was also the reason why Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua already regarded Yi Futian as a dead man walking. They had already set up a trap to ensure his death. Chapter 951. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King were injured at the same time. Saint Shihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King were injured at the same time. Saint Shihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Jiang Yuechan, who caught the body of Glass Saint, did not hesitate when she swung her sword at Saint Shihua. Everything she knew was taught to her by the Glass Saint, therefore their abilities were similar in nature. This sword was cold and biting, but when the attack of Saint Shihua countered it, the sword was broken inch by inch and the horrible turbulent force impacted her arms and body. Blood blossomed, and Jiang Yuechan's arm was pulverized instantly. She flew back along with the body of the Glass Saint. Her clothes were bloody and shocking to behold, but her beautiful face was not shaken one bit. Glass Saint was looking pale. With this hit, Jiang Yuechan was injured more severely than her. If not for the space greatly restraining the strengths of the cultivators of the Holy Lands and that ringing of the bell just now, Jiang Yuechan would not have survived going up against Saint Shihua. "My lady, I am fine." Jiang Yuechan looked at Glass Saint and appeared just as firm as always. She did not call the Glass Saint master, but referred to her as my lady because she had followed the Glass Saint since she was a child and was her lady-in-waiting. She had accompanied Glass Saint as part of her dowry when she was to be married. They did not expect to be sent to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and she had watched her lady nearly commit suicide to avoid the shame of being humiliated. Later, when she and the lady were rescued by the previous lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, they were saved, but the entire family of her lady was exterminated, and her own family along with them. She made a blood oath then that she would seek revenge one day, even if her talent was not particularly outstanding. But today she was on the sage and saint ranking. For revenge, she would do anything. When Shihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty teamed up to deal with the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, both of them knew that Great Zhou Sacred King would make his move on them. Today, at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was just an early arrival of the inevitable. Those two saints, who stood at the top of the eastern state, would attack Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple sooner rather than later. "That was because you interfered," Saint Shihua said indifferently. This could not be regarded as an attack to the sage. Another bell rang out. The radiant ancient bell kept spinning, releasing terrifying lights. The bell sounds were like the sound of the Great Path, once again rocking the minds of those who heard it. Everyone groaned, especially those on the Saint Plain as their divine paths were being suppressed. At the same time, in the place where they stood, the brilliant light of the matrix seemed to resonate with the ancient bell and gave birth to a tremendous pressure of the Great Path. Those saints frowned and felt their power had been suppressed, forcing them to stand down from the divine path. The bells were still ringing ceaselessly. As every bell rang out, it banged hard in the minds of all saints. The cultivator next to Xia Qingyuan said, "Princess, our plane has been suppressed and we can no longer exercise the power of the saint plane." A touch of coolness flashed between Xia Qingyuan's brows. She turned back and gave Yi Futian a look, but Yi Futian just said, "Princess, the puppets of the ancient temple were blocking the path with the ancient bell hanging in the sky. I could venture such a guess. The matrix is changing at the moment, perhaps we have an opportunity." Just as he finished speaking, lanes of ancient paths appeared in front of the matrix, leading to the ancient temple in the front. Upon the ancient paths, strong and powerful puppets appeared. He guessed correctly? Many looked at Yi Futian with amazement. Xia Qingyuan was a decisive person, so she ignored the descending pressure of the great path and went straight ahead toward the ancient path. Since the path had appeared to the ancient temple, then it had to be the right way. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xia Qingyuan's attack landed on the puppet but did not break it. She felt that this puppet seemed to be created by the matrix according to her plane, so that it was extremely strong and indestructible. A terrible vortex suddenly appeared on top of her palm. When the attack came, she raised her slender fingers and pointed forward. In a flash, the terrible vortex shattered everything, and the body of the puppet exploded. Xia Qingyuan continued to move forward, the bell still ringing and the glory of the great path continuing to rain down, which put her under great pressure. Still, she moved forward steadily, pushing open the door of the ancient temple where there was an enormous golden glow reflected upon everyone's face. Huang Shi was extremely emotional. According to the mark on the map, the cache of the sutras within the imperial mausoleum was here. It could contain many powerful methods, and it could be a treasure trove. With Xia Qingyuan taking the lead, the rest followed close behind. The matrix was constantly slowing down, and puppets appeared one after another. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the puppet, and the bell never stopped its pressure, so that the saints were also suppressed and moving step by step inside. "I will go in to take a look. Keep tabs on him." Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia and went forward. Most of the people from the Holy Lands in the 9 states and the cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to enter and look inside. Huang Shi also had this impulse, but Yi Futian had told them to give up. He knew the reason behind Yi Futian's decision. Many cultivators were here. If they were going along with them, there would be no chance of survival at all. This ancient temple was excellent bait. At this time, the glass saint was still confronting Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king. Yi Futian observed the situation in front of him and realized that this matrix was self-contained and therefore impossible to take advantage of. Although it could suppress the power of the divine path, it was impossible for a sage to overcome the existence of a saint even if the other party's strength was suppressed. "Move," Saint Shihua said, and joined forces once again with Great Zhou's sacred king to continue the attack on Glass Saint. Yi Futian realized that it was not only Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king, but there were also many cultivators of the Shihua sacred mountain and the Great Zhou sacred dynasty who also did not venture into the ancient temple, but instead were focused on him. Aside from that, there was also Saint Ji to consider. Saint Ji hated him to the bone. Since they entered the imperial mausoleum, he had focused his attention on him. And then there were some who surprised Yi Futian. People of the Hall of Holy Light and many holy lands in the 9 states had left some people who also did not enter the ancient temple. Saint Ji had already stepped toward the ancient temple, but several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light paid no mind to it, as if they had not noticed at all. Instead, they were focusing all their attention on his side. Among them, there were the 2 topmost gifted talents from the Hall of Holy Light, Jia and GMO, and one other with a very strong presence, very possibly one of the sages from the Hall of Holy Light. As for other cultivators, they were also the top figures of all the Holy Lands. It seemed that this time, his opponents were not just the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and Shihua sacred mountain. "Don't you want to go inside the ancient temple and take a look?" Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators in the matrix. No one answered him, which made Yi Futian faintly get the feeling that the 2 holy lands in the eastern state had investigated the background of the imperial mausoleum and suspected certain things. Not only them, but the other Holy Lands also vaguely knew of these things, but they should all just be suspicion without confirmation. If this was the case, he would like to see if Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king would be willing to give him up. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. When his voice faded, he abandoned the ancient temple and led the people of the barren state to step back and went around the matrix, moving forward from another direction. This matrix was the only way to the ancient temple in front, but there were no more obstructions preventing them from moving toward it. Sure enough, as Yi Futian started to move, many shadows now came out of the sky, and Saint Shihua had a look of hesitation. The exchange with Glass Saint before gave him an understanding of her true strength. Under the condition that all three of them had their powers suppressed, it would be difficult for the two of them to overcome the Glass Saint in a short time. "The Imperial Mausoleum is important," Saint Shihua said to Great Zhou's sacred king, and then immediately gave up his attack on the Glass Saint and instead pursued in the direction of Yi Futian. Now it was ascertained that Yi Futian knew of the secret of the Imperial Mausoleum, and with his understanding of Yi Futian, who was a tough character, if he had given up the ancient temple, it must be because the real treasure of the Imperial Mausoleum was not here. He would keep a close eye on Yi Futian, and perhaps there were also treasures in the ancient temple, but there was no gain without risk. Yi Futian and his party were extremely fast. They were running like mad inside the Imperial Mausoleum. The ancient temple had attracted many people, but they did not expect that there were so many cultivators following, which was rather thorny. Soon they would reach the entrance to the place of the inheritance of the Imperial Mausoleum. It would be best if everything went well. Finally, there was an immensely powerful pressure of the great path coming toward them, and they could faintly make out many large statues that extended high into the sky. Both Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king were moved, and their looks were solemn as they moved forward step by step. Yi Futian gradually reduced his speed and slowed down to take in the magnificent scenery in front of him. Although he had already seen the map of the Imperial Mausoleum in advance, it was still deeply shocking when he beheld the scene in person. This was an enormous mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum there was a stone wall, immensely large and laid across the Imperial Mausoleum. On the huge stone wall, there were engravings of enormous statues that were lifelike. Every statue could be that of a man of great importance in life. There was a total of 37 statues, with 18 on each side, completely symmetrical. The statue in the middle was radiant all over, and its eyes seemed to regard the world with great authority. Everyone felt that their breathing had become quick and difficult, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure descending upon them. Even saints, such as the Great Zhou sacred king and Saint Shihua, were no exception. The statue in the middle was most likely the statue of Renhuang, and the 36 statues on both sides each contained a terrible will of the Great Path, and this realization was the true realization of the Great Path. This is the real Imperial Mausoleum, the tomb of Renhuang. Saint Shihua's heart was incredibly turbulent as he stared at everything in front of him. Glass Saint also stared ahead with her beautiful eyes. She entered the Imperial Mausoleum because she also wanted to get to the treasures hidden within and use them to squash the Great Zhou's sacred king. This Imperial Mausoleum was not complicated, and there was no murderous matrix. It was very likely that the master of the Imperial Mausoleum was preparing for the inheritance of his descendants. Then perhaps Yi Futian and his people would have a way to enter this true tomb of Renhuang. Saint Ji walked towards Yi Futian and stopped not far behind him. His eyes were fixed on him. If there was a chance, it was certain that he would let Yi Futian meet his maker. However, Yi Futian appeared not to have noticed. His eyes remained on the statue in front. He knew that behind this was the inheritance left by Renhuang, and this statue was the entrance. However, the premise was to open it. "Yi Futian, how do we get in?" Saint Shihua said as he moved forward step by step. The pressure of the great path emitted by the statues inside the mausoleum descended on his body, and Saint Shihua just felt the entire burden of heaven upon him. But right now, inside of him, there was only greed. The rest of the cultivators had also moved toward Yi Futian and the others. They all felt that they were now close to the real destination. Chapter 952. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Shihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Shihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Furthermore, the greater one's training, the stronger the pressure one felt. While Saint Shihua and the Zhou Sacred King, for instance, were still standing tall and proud as all of them were, only they knew how much pressure they were dealing with at the moment. Saint Shihua's expression was cold and Yi Futian ignored him altogether. Everyone, the mausoleum is very possibly the tomb of Renhuang. I think you're all following him because you've caught wind of some news. Only they know the secret of the entrance, and if we continue to stand here and do nothing, there won't be anything left for us later. Saint Shihua continued. Furthermore, if the others realize what is happening, we won't need to be here any longer. Xia Qingyuan and the others were all currently drawn to the palace at the front. If the princess were to arrive, there was definitely no way they would be able to get anything out from this trip. A figure was seen stepping forward at the moment. He had a slender body and was dressed in white. Holy light images were present on his body and his long eyes felt sharp. His body shot at Yi Futian like a beam of light after turning into a mirage. He was none other the figure who ranked second on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, as well as the top-notch figure on the Hall of Holy Light, Jia. A strike from his sword brought light to his surroundings as if he was opening up the heavens. The sword of holy light was unerringly fast and sharp, reaching the target in mere moments. However, Yi Futian simply stood there without moving. Several figures appeared behind him. Huang Shi and Yu Sheng blocked Yi Futian's back, launching attacks at Jia. Huang Shi's shirt was torn in that clash, with several holes seen. Yu Sheng, who was wielding the battle axe of judgment, was unable to block the power of that thrust. Several gashes appeared on his stout, imposing body. Terrifying sword will lingered and coursed about in his body. Jia was known as a demi-saint and ranked second on the sage ranking. In the plains beneath the saint plane, there was only one person who proved to be more powerful than he was. The sword of light in his hand was also a divine implement. Saint Ji had ordered Jia to keep a close eye on Yi Futian and his people, without any doubt of Jia's powers. The people before Jia at the moment notwithstanding, even if Kong Yao and his people were to get in Jia's way, there was still no way Jia could have been stopped. Where is the entrance? Jia's piercing eyes gazed forward as he held a sword in his hand. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes on him. Jia was not the only one who was ready to pounce, as many other mighty ones also surrounded the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian did not bother turning around. He kept his eyes on one of the statues. An imposing great path was swept all over the place. He seemed to have immersed himself in it, comprehending the power of the great path. Yu Sheng stepped forward at the moment, coming to stand before Jia. An extremely wild demonic might coiled around him. His injuries quickly healed and a demonic storm whipped about with his body at the center. Crisp, cracking sounds were heard from his body as he continued to expand, growing even more imposing and wild. A demonic shadow appeared and his eyes looked like that of a demon. A loud boom was heard as Yu Sheng stepped forward. Jia frowned as he actually felt threatened by Yu Sheng's presence. Furthermore, he clearly sensed Yu Sheng's power was rising exponentially, reaching into the level of archmages. His eyes remained incredibly pointed as he gazed into Yu Sheng's eyes. He seemed to be looking at a devil who reigns supreme throughout all realms. One look from the devil seemed to be more than enough to subjugate all living beings. Yet another boom was heard as Yu Sheng continued to step forward. The pressure grew with every step taken and it seemed as if the space was being taken control of by him. The holy sword in Jia's hand hovered before him. His hands twirled about with the holy sword at the center. Holy light images appeared before him as the extremely dazzling light of holiness merged with his sword will. The image breathed terrifying sword of light. Beams of light shot out and all of them were imbued with unparalleled sharpness. One look at the beams would make one feel as if they were about to go blind, a testament of how frightening the rules within were. The boundless light was targeted at Yu Sheng. If the light managed to pierce him, it would have riddled him with holes and reduced him to specks of light. Another boom was heard and Yu Sheng did not evade the attack. He continued to move forward as Buddhas appeared around him, shining sky-reaching golden light. Dark golden shimmers coursed about the Buddhas as all of them exuded ferocious killing intent. The demonic and Buddhist ways were merged into one, as if a Buddhist king of slaughter had appeared. The dazzling holy light sword will flashed in an instant. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the space around them. Boundless swords of holy light pierced at the golden screen of light as two types of powers clashed. The sword wills adamant in piercing the screen while the screen, on the other hand, seemed to be devouring the sword will bit by bit, merging it into the screen. Jiya's expression remained cold. His sword of light was of frightening, limitless power, yet he was utterly incapable of piercing Yu Sheng's defense. Jiya's opponent seemed to have activated his potential using secret means, evolving his powers and blocking Jiya's way. Jiya extended his hand and held the holy sword. A beam flashed and Yu Sheng brought down his axe without hesitation. The attack seemed to have cleaved a crevice in space. The light of the sword burst, drawing a terrifying arc in the space before it as the axe did. The space they occupied seemed to have exploded as devastating storms appeared. Jiya was thrown behind and his body hovered in midair. The mighty ones around them looked stunned. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace had actually been able to stand his ground against Jiya, who was ranked second on the sage ranking and was known to be a demi-saint. Other mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light walked towards Yi Futian's side. They were Gmo and Gmu, yet other mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking. Huang Shi intended to make a move when Yi Futian told him telepathically, "Uncle, the entrance is at the Renhuang statue in the middle. I'm unable to resonate with it, and if I'm not mistaken, it is probably meant for someone with the blood of sovereign family in their veins. Don't get into battle." It was an imperial mausoleum left by the sovereign family, and the imperial mausoleum map had been passed down in the family throughout the generations. It was only natural that the place was meant for the descendants of the family. Yi Futian had tried to activate the Renhuang statue in the middle using the imperial will, but it did not work. As such, he implored Huang Shi to seize the opportunity as they were running out of time. With mighty ones from both the upper and lower worlds and Xia Qingyan, the princess, present, the handful of saints before them hardly mattered in this case. Such opportunities would not stay for long. Huang Shi nodded and walked to the statue in the middle. Unparalleled pressure bore onto him and Huang Shi's eyes were all solemn and seemed even devoted, wondering if that was his ancestor, the ancestor of the sovereign family. He had no idea what happened 1,000 years ago. It was too long ago and the sovereign family had fallen so much that they did not even have a saint among them. He had even been on the verge of forgetting that he was a descendant of Renhuang, wondering if it was all a sham. It was irony like none other. With the lineage of his ancestors presented right before him, he was willing to pay any price to inherit the true Renhuang bloodline. "Uncle, life spirits and bloodlines are all that matter with lineages. Try communicating with the statue and see if it works," Yi Futian said while standing beside Huang Shi, who was standing before the statue. Yi Futian had been able to connect with the wills of all the other statues but that particular one, which meant that only someone of Renhuang blood was able to do so. If it was truly something left behind by Renhuang, then the most direct way to prove it would be through life spirit and bloodline. Huang Shi nodded and unleashed his life spirit. Dazzling light appeared and he did not bother concealing it. He naturally knew what Yi Futian meant, and with things as they were at the moment, it was sink or swim. "It doesn't work." Huang Shi's expression turned even more severe, seeing the statue not responding. He walked towards the statue and pricked his finger. A drop of blood appeared and Huang Shi pointed it at the statue. A line of blood shot forth and landed on the statue's grooves. The blood coursed along the statue's grooves and disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the statue. Huang Shi was able to feel it clearly. The statue seemed to have been imbued with life and exuded greater pressure. There's still hope. Huang Shi's heart raced. The line of blood from his fingers zipped at the statue and he held nothing back. The grooves gradually lit up and dazzling light was seen emitted from the statue as if Ren Huang himself had revived. Everyone present knew what was happening after seeing all that. One figure after another shot into the air and headed straight for Ren Huang. The fastest of the two in the crowd were two who were from the Hall of Holy Light, who wielded the rules of light. Hua Jiyu stepped forward and Ji Mu's body seemed to stop in midair. He felt that his spiritual will seemed to have shrouded by some formless power. He looked up and stared at Hua Jiyu, who seemed to be emanating saintly power. Ji Mu's speed was incredibly fast as well, yet at that very moment, another dazzling sword swooped by. Ji Mu's body dodged the flying sword in an instant. When he finally felt that the beam of the sword had passed, a cutting noise was heard and blood sprayed. GMO was dazed for a brief moment before looking down at his left arm, which had been severed. His face turned incredibly ferocious. He looked up at the one who took his arm, and it was none other than Yi Wuchen, who had embarked on a pilgrimage led by Xia Qingyuan along with him. Yi Wuchen's plane was lower than his, yet he had been able to cut off one of his arms. Yi Wuchen's cold eyes remained gazing forward. He stood before a statue and his life spirit burst. It was a silver sword, which rang as it exuded vaguely stifling sword will. What was more terrifying was that it seemed to have resonated with the statue, which had been emanating sword pressure. The might of the sword emanated from the statue seemed to have merged into a single being with the sword of his life spirit. The resulting power had shrouded GMO and the strike took GMO's arm. The Imperial Mausoleum is a tomb of an ancestor of the sovereign family, whose member now studies in the Holy Ji Palace. As such, it shall be inherited by said member of the sovereign family. If all of you intend to force your way in, you'll have to get through me and I won't show any mercy, Yi Futian said as he stood before a statue, turning his eyes to the surrounding mighty ones. Chapter 953. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the Great Path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment, Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the Great Path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment, Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Saint Shihua walked forward as if he had not heard him. He turned his eyes to Huang Shi, and the Renhuang statue before Huang Shi grew increasingly bright. It became clear that that was where the entrance to the mausoleum might be. Saint Shihua unleashed powerful pressure of the Great Path as well. While his powers might have been suppressed in the Imperial Mausoleum, he was nonetheless still a saint and was capable of anything a saint was capable of. Even though the statue might have exuded immense pressure that originated from the Great Path, it was still nonetheless the power of the Great Path. Being a saint himself, he saw no reason to fear it. He was forbidden to attack Yi Futian, but if Yi Futian dared to use the borrowed power against him, then he would naturally need to retaliate. Even if Emperor Xia were to learn of what he did, he would have still played by the rules nonetheless. Any lineage of the ancients are up for grabs by any who are capable of doing so. You really think what you said qualified the Holy Ji Palace to take the lineage of the Imperial Mausoleum? Saint Shihua walked slowly to where Huang Shi was and said, "What a joke." With a saint taking the lead, none of the others saw the need to hold themselves back. They all attacked Huang Shi, And while there were many powerful ones from the Holy Ji Palace present, it was still insufficient. "Would you lend me a hand, Sister Glass Saint?" Yi Futian said telepathically to the Glass Saint, who was standing not far away. The Glass Saint nodded and flashed, arriving before the statue and turning around to face Saint Shihua and the others. Her hair billowed as she held the love destroyer in her hand and looked incredibly dashing. Her stance with the sword looked stifling beautiful. "Glass Saint, I'm afraid you won't be able to take us all on your own." Saint Shihua continued to move forward. The Sacred King and Saint Ji stepped forward at the same time. Saint Ji had kept a close eye on Yi Futian, and it was finally the time to move, waiting for Yi Futian to hit him first. It was indeed a good opportunity. All three of them emanated immense pressure from the Great Path. Their spiritual will unerringly strong. A formless force seemed to be fighting against the pressure of Great Path emanated from the statues. "Sacred King, we'll take the woman out first," Saint Shihua said. He knew that there was no time to wait. "Do it," the Sacred King said with a sharp voice. Three saints moved at the same time, heading straight for the Glass Saint. "Wuchen!" Yi Futian shouted. He cranked the statue's will to the extreme and hovered before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if the statue's power had taken form. He punched and the space shook. Terrifying star power rained down at the three saints. Yi Wuchen's life spirit sword rang and a sliver of terrifying sword will merged with the statue's will, before launching out as sword pressure of the Great Path, cleaving the space apart. A phoenix's shadow appeared on the Sacred King and an extremely sharp golden phoenix sword appeared before the bird, launching forward with murderous intent. "An ant trying to shake a tree, I see." Saint Shihua and Saint Ji attacked at the same time. Even though their powers were suppressed, their attacks were still frighteningly formidable nonetheless. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were simply borrowing the power of saints while the three they were fighting were saints. The confrontation felt ridiculous. Wild aura coursed. The attacks of both Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian were easily shot down right there and then. However, at that very moment, the Glass Saint's sword moved. The ice powers of the Great Path made one's blood feel like it was about to stop flowing. The chill seeped deep into the bone while the flash of the sword felt like a cold moon. It was an attack that tore through the spirit and any emotions, cutting the holy will as well as the body of flesh and blood carrying it. None of the three saints let their guard down against the Glass Saint's attacks and fought earnestly, fighting the power coming at them. However, they felt as if the statue had burst with even greater might of the Great Path. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen did not expect themselves to be able to beat saints using only borrowed will of the statues, but if they were able to cut down the three saints' powers considerably, it would have helped with the Glass Saint's attack and stopped them. The Renhuang statue at Huangshi's side grew increasingly bright and his body hovered before the statue. His spiritual will merged with the construct. The huge mausoleum shook and everyone's eyes looked extremely intense. The tomb of Renhuang was possibly about to be opened. All mighty ones moved quickly and headed for where Huangshi was. However, at that moment, the might of the Great Path fell onto them. The ring of the 9 symbols flashed and was brought down with the power of the Great Path, heading straight for GMO, who had just lost an arm. A loud boom was heard and GMO's body was so rattled that he spat up blood and looked ashen. His first attack ended up with him being taken an arm by Yi Wuchen. The next attack was launched by Gu Donglu, and it was just as damaging. "Get lost." Gu Donglu uttered a line and the 9 symbols burst with intense light at the same time, merging with the power of the Great Path and shooting at the ones trying to get near Huangshi. One mighty one after another was thrown back by the attack. Ji Mo's expression was extremely pale. He was one of the top geniuses in the Hall of Holy Light and had been titled a heavenly chosen one during the pilgrimage, yet he suffered such humiliation nonetheless. Furthermore, Gu Donglu had never gotten along well with him during the pilgrimage. Seeing how many insisted on moving forward, Gu Donglio's handsome face was filled to the brim with murderous intent. Many of them were from holy lands and he knew well that Yi Futian was in a bad position to act against them, as it would have ended with the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State suffering pressure that would break them. However, in such a situation, it became apparent that reasoning would not do if they wanted to keep the lineage of the sovereign family. They needed to kill. As such, they saw no choice but kill one of them to serve as a warning. He turned his eyes to GMO and the 9 symbols circled, merging the might of the great path from the statue into it. Sword will was imbued within the 9 symbols. GMO seemed to have noticed Gu Donglu looking at him and felt the murderous intent from Gu Donglio's eyes. His expression turned grim all of a sudden. Anyone who dares move forward shall be cut down, Gu Donglu declared. The 9 symbols seemed to have disappeared like extremely sharp swords. GMO sensed the pressure and retreated hastily, giving up the ruins of Renhuang altogether. The light of the 9 symbols penetrated his body immediately, and at the very next moment, everyone saw GMO's body twitch lethargically for a bit in the air, before dropping from above. The top-notch genius from the Hall of Holy Light had been killed right there and then, before he was truly able to shine in the 9 states. Jia and Jimu were still fighting and their faces went pale as they saw GMO perish. What they found even more baffling was that despite being ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking, they had no edge whatsoever to speak of while fighting Yu Sheng and Hua Jiyu of the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially apparent in the case of Jia, as he was ranked 2nd on the Sage ranking. One wondered how insane the power of the sages from the Holy Ji Palace could be if they were to bring out their all. Open. Dazzling lights sparkled and the place rumbled. Everyone turned their eyes to the center of the mausoleum and saw the incredibly huge Renhuang statue. A crack opened up in the middle and a door appeared. It was as they had speculated, that Renhuang's statue was the true entrance to the tomb. Get in there, quick, Huang, she said. Yi Futian then gave the order, retreat. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace flashed in the Renhuang statue's direction. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard and the terrifying sound reverberated in the air. Huang Jioga and many others from the Holy Ji Palace were thrown behind and spat up blood. They turned their heads and looked at another direction. One of the statues looked like an angry guardian. A ferocious shadow appeared in the air and there stood Lu Zong, with his life spirit merging with the shadow. Seeing how Yi Wuchen had communicated with the statues as well how Yi Futian and Gu Donglu followed, he knew Yi Futian and the others knew something. As such, he tried to communicate with the statues instead of joining the fight, and he succeeded. Lu Zong. Saint Shihua smirked. This was indeed someone fit to become a successor to Shihua's sacred mountain. Lu Zong had succeeded in doing what Yi Futian and the others had done. Yi Futian's expression was grim. He had no time to deal with Lu Zong as he and Yi Wuchen had to work together with the Glass Saint. The attacks of the 3 enemy saints grew increasingly strong, especially the Zhou's sacred king. He fought up close with the Glass Saint, and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air. I'll take care of him, Gu Donglu said. The light of the 9 symbols streaked and went straight for Lu Zong, who looked back at Gu Donglu. The light of Buddhahood coursed around him. He trained in multiple powers and the Buddha's skills were one of them. Boundless ancient Madra appeared and clashed with Gu Donglio's symbols. Both of them borrowed the power of the saints from the statues to fight each other. Jioga, getting quick, Yi Futian called. He had no thoughts of inheriting the lineage of the ruins. When he was in trouble all those years ago, many in the barren state went to his aid and fought for him at the Holy Ji Palace, and one of them being Huang Shi of the sovereign family. When the sacred war broke out later, Huang Shi brought his clan with him and moved into the Holy Ji Palace. It was a relationship that needed no words to be spoken. The simple line caused Huang Jioga's eyes to become somewhat red. He said nothing as he rushed for the place where Huang Shi was at. Another boom was heard as the Glass Saint was thrown back. She borrowed the force from the shock and retreated like a flash of lightning to where the statue was at. The sacred king burst with equal speed as he saw that, moving at an impossible speed. 2 beams of light disappeared and went inside the imperial mausoleum. Saint Shihua and Saint Ji, who were slower due to fighting alongside the Zhou sacred king, realized what happened and were about to leave, but Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen launched an attack at them. However, the 2 of them paid no heed, simply cranking up their imposing saintly powers then disposed of said attacks where they stood. Yi Futian streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, seemingly having merged with the statue and launched with an attack. Yi Wuchen's life spirit sword was shot out at the same time, forcing both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji to slow down and deal with the attacks. A boom was heard and Yi Futian slammed onto the statue, spitting out blood. Yi Wuchen's life spirit was rattled enough that it retreated into his body, with blood seen at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think that the glass saint, the #1 beauty of the eastern state, needed your help at all? Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian and said sarcastically. Yi Futian's eyes were ice-cold. It was apparent that the glass saint sold him out. The glass saint was the prettiest among the great figures of the 9 states and the lord of the lapis lazuli holy temple. She was not as meek and affectionate as she usually appeared to be. There was no way she could have simply let a chance like this slip by. If she was able to gain the lineage of Renhuang, she would be able to advance further and raise the entire Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Futian, get in there with Joga. Leave this to me. At that moment, Huang Shi's body was seen hovering before the Renhuang statue, seemingly having merged with the statue. He was addressing both Yi Futian and Huang Joga, who had just gotten to where they were. Uncle. Yi Futian looked up. No time for debating. I'll look after the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, Huang Shi said as he saw both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji coming. Yi Futian took a look at Huang Shi and clenched his fist, before calling, Joga? Father. Huang Joga took a look at Huang Shi. Close. Huang Shi's voice was solemn and in an instant, the gate of the tomb was seen closing slowly. Go. Yi Futian did not hesitate any further, taking Huang Joga and dashing for it. The faces of Saint Shihua and Saint Ji changed slightly as they sped up, but they quickly saw a dazzling gigantic sword falling from above, right before the entrance. Both of them slowed as a result and saw the cracks slowly closing. Yi Futian and Huang Joga took one last look outside. Huang Joga, the sovereign family will be yours to oversee now. Don't drag us through the mud. Huang Shi's voice was heard from inside the crack. He wore a smile and said, Futian, I wanted to see you stand at the top of the 9 states personally, but it seems that I won't be able to do so after all. I don't regret siding with the Holy Ji Palace. The crack disappeared before he finished, and he had no idea if the two inside heard what he said. He had initially been able to get inside himself, but someone had to look after things outside. With the door staying open otherwise, they would have stood no chance. Saints were seen coming from far away. Huang Shi's spiritual will continued to burn and his body gradually grew intangible, as if he was about to completely merge with the statue. The entire mausoleum was shaking and the Renhuang statue looked as if it was about to be revived. True might of the Great Path showered the place. It was no longer a might of the Great Path, but the might of Renhuang. Saint Shihua headed straight for Huang Shi. His body glowed with dazzling holy light and lashed out with a palm strike in danger, seemingly about to break the space before him as he hit the statue. At that very moment, the statue's eyes opened all of a sudden and a fierce roar was heard. I'm the descendant of Renhuang. An incredibly huge palm print launched as the line was heard. Saint Shihua's body was thrown back and there were sounds of bones breaking in a crisp, clear manner. Chapter 954. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Ji, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Ji, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's silhouette had been completely merged into the statue. His flesh, blood, bone, and even his will seemed to have totally merged with the statue. It was as if he had returned as his ancestor Renhuang. When his blood merged with that of the statue, Huang Shi clearly sensed that the statue had been carved with refined blood of Renhuang. That thing left behind by his ancestor resonated with his blood and activated the will contained within. He clearly felt the connection between them, and furthermore, despite being of the same bloodline, the blood of the statue never dried and degraded. Such was the might of his ancestor. Even a statue left behind since ancient times was more than able to stun the saints. The sovereign family had truly been the descendants of Renhuang. Huang Shi had no regrets about his life, as he was now able to feel the might of his ancestor. As for Jioga and Yi Futian, everything depended on their luck. At the very least, he would guard the place, not letting any of the saints get inside. He and Yi Futian had taken a look at the imperial mausoleum map and knew it was truly at the center of the ruins. He wished that his ancestors would watch over Jioga. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, and all the others stopped fighting and retreated back before the statue. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace who came was fighting for the sovereign family. With Yi Futian and Huang Jioga already inside and Huang Shi sealing the tomb up, there was little point for the battles there to continue. At that moment, the statue that Huang Shi was merged with opened its huge eyes slowly and looked at Lu Zong's direction. Get lost. The roar was an earth-shattering one. The statue trembled violently, bringing the pressure of Renhuang to bear. Lu Zong took control of the power of sainthood and resisted like mad, retreating from the statue at breakneck speed. Another rumble was heard and Lu Zong was sent flying thousands of meters back, crashing onto the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth. He laid there and his spiritual will seemed as if it was about to be broken, his life hanging by a thread. Huang Shi turned his eyes at the others and everyone retreated without hesitation. No one dared approach the statue after what had happened. Huang Shi was only a sage and it meant that he was free to fight anyone. Furthermore, he was most probably about to die and had nothing to lose. If the chance presented itself, he would have killed the saints as well. It seemed that no one was able to enter anymore. More saints came from afar, with the first to arrive being Saint Ji. He knew GMO was killed, and as such, left the ancient hall and came at once. His face went pale after seeing what happened. Extremely dazzling light burst and his body seemed to have turned to light, appearing like a god. Though his powers were suppressed, Saint Ji showed what it meant to be ranked 5th on the saint ranking nonetheless. The boundless light transformed into a huge sword, pulsing with brilliant light as if the space it occupied was about to be torn apart. Saint Ji stepped forward and his hands clapped. A flash of the sword burst through the air in an instant, heading straight for that Renhuang statue. The eyes of the statue looked like those of Renhuang's. The might of the heavens showered and the speed of the dazzling sword was suppressed. A pair of spectral hands appeared, Huang Shi's hands, and a Renhuang sword burst brilliantly, suppressing everything before it as it launched forward, clashing with the sword of light. The sword of light was crushed right there, and the huge sword continued moving forward, lashing out at Saint Ji. However, Saint Ji possessed immense speed. Even though he was still suppressed with the overwhelming pressure, he was nonetheless able to disappear from where he stood with just one step, appearing in midair. However, he looked severely frustrated, discovering that he was unable to do anything against a statue. Even though it had been something left behind by Renhuang, a statue that had been standing around for over 1,000 years was still a dead object. He burst with light that was even more brilliant, showing no fear whatsoever. The walls of the mausoleum shuddered maniacally. All 36 statues shook at the same time. True might of the heavens descended from above, raining down on Saint Ji's body. He frowned as he found that those objects actually attempted to suppress his saintly powers. Many figures before the walls quickly retreated and did not dare to approach any further in order to keep from getting caught in the crossfire. Huang Shi's expression was incredibly solemn. An imposing imperial pressure seemed to have manifested before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if Renhuang himself had been revived. A Renhuang sword materialized yet again. It was the life spirit of Huang Shi, yet at that moment, the sword seemed to have become a true Renhuang sword. It continued to grow in a size and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air around them. The place they stood turned very deadly. The sword shot high above the sky, coming to the very top of the sealed space. The vast area seemed to have been put under lockdown. Devastating storms rained down from above. Saint Ji's expression looked pained as he finally felt the pressure. Huang Shi of the sovereign family shall borrow a sword from the ancestors. Huang Shi roared and a Renhuang shadow seemed to have appeared in midair, holding the holy Renhuang sword. Its hands pressed down on the blade, and in an instant, the sword came down as if Renhuang had been wielding it, bringing terrible might to bear. The sword of his ancestor was borrowed. Saint Ji resisted like mad as the sword came down. Devastating storms of the great path whipped up in the air around them. His clothes were torn and his body retreated in a frenzy. The sword seemed to be inescapable as it pressed down onto the area below. With a loud boom, everyone saw Saint Ji, who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, being thrown away as well, crashing down with a whimper. His internal organs felt they were about to tear apart. Killing intent filled Huang Shi's eyes as he continued to borrow the might of Ren Huang. Yet, at that very moment, a figure came and went like a flash of lightning, taking Saint Ji away and retreating far away. That figure was none other than Jiya. The scene caused countless present to shudder. Huang Shi of the Holy Ji Palace had only been a sage at the pinnacle of his training. Yet, on that very day, he had borrowed the Ren Huang sword of his ancestors and almost ended up killing Saint Ji, the Saint Ji who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking of the 9 states. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace watched Huang Shi solemnly. They were all naturally able to tell that the battle would be Huang Shi's last. However, it was a battle that he could be proud of. Saints continued to come from afar, but none were able to do anything against Huang Shi. Yi Futian and Huang Jioga stepped inside the tomb. It was an empty world and did not look like a tomb at all. The place was filled with holiness. They were able to see incredibly far away inside. They looked up and cast their gaze forward. Yi Futian and Huang Jioga shuddered deep down. There was a holy figure that looked even taller than the statue outside. It looked like a body of true flesh and blood instead of a statue. It looked like none other than Ren Huang in the flesh. They almost thought it was truly Ren Huang in the flesh. The shadow was so real that it was able to fool the eyes. That Ren Huang from several thousand years ago seemed to have traveled through time and space, now standing before them, bringing the true might of Ren Huang to bear. Yi Futian was unable to help but recall the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, Emperor Yi Qing's last sliver of will was imbued within that statue in Qingzhou City, which was awakened due to Yi Futian. That Ren Huang construct pressed down on the hilt of a sword with both hands, shining with brilliant light, emanating brilliance like none other. It was as if it had stayed pristine throughout the ages. There was also a bow somewhere at his side. The bow simply sat there without emanating anything. However, it was nonetheless something left behind by Ren Huang, and they wondered what kind of ritual implement it was. The glass saint had gambled everything just to get inside the mausoleum, for none other than a chance. Saint Shihua and the Zhou sacred king had allied through a marriage alliance. Saint Ji had declared that he would join the sacred war as well, seemingly to work against Yi Futian. The glass saint might have looked unperturbed, but no one else knew what was going through her mind. She knew then that between her and the Zhou sacred king, only one of them would be able to emerge alive from the sacred war. As such, before the sacred war truly broke out and the sacred king had yet to move against the lapis lazuli holy temple, she had already sent Yuechan to investigate the Holy Ji Palace. Jiang Yuechan had been staying at Zhongzhou City, the place where the Holy Ji Palace was, all that while. As such, she did not blame the servant girl, who had been following her for years, despite knowing that she killed the mighty ones from the Yu clan. Jiang Yuechan was her servant girl as well as her student and sister. She knew that everything Yuechan did was for her sake. At that moment, Yi Futian looked below the statue and saw 2 figures in their own corners. Aura ebbing around them. Those 2 were none other than the glass saint and the Zhou sacred king, who had stepped into the tomb before everyone else. They both seemed to have been severely injured. Both of them had dealt severe damage to each other. The glass saint's love destroyer had even penetrated the sacred king's body. Even saints could not simply ignore damages dealt by people of the same plane. As such, they had been fighting each other while sustaining injuries. Both of them naturally continued to fight, seeing what lied before them after crashing into the tomb. For that brief moment, both figures seemed to have fought a terrifying battle with their lives on the line. However, at that moment, both of them simply sat quietly. Yi Futian saw the 2 figures and walked towards them slowly. Despite sensing that both of them had sustained heavy injuries, he dared not let his guard down. They were both saints after all. There were huge, irreconcilable differences in power between saints and sages. Even though they had borrowed the power of the great path from the statues, they remained incapable of resisting Saint Shihua's attacks. Such was the difference between them. Renhuang ruins is right before your eyes. Why aren't any of you taking it? Yi Futian said as he saw both of them. Are you hurt, Sister Glass Saint? He sounded rather cold when he said that, apparently very displeased with what she did before. When she had seen Jiang Yuechan and sensed her aura, Yi Futian already had some speculations, and what happened afterward confirmed them. It was too bad he had let his guard down. However, at that moment he had to ally with the Glass Saint, as she was the only one at their side who was capable of resisting both Saint Shihua and the Sacred King. It did not help that Saint Ji was also waiting to pounce. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. In that very instant, Yi Futian saw her very beautiful eyes look rather devilish, as if they had been tainted with terrible red light, looking very eerie. Chapter 955. Chapter 955. Who is more brutal? Chapter 955. Who is more brutal? Yi Futian was puzzled. Both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King did not move at all. They simply sat where they were sitting. The Glass Saint turned her eyes away and no longer looked at Yi Futian. She was working hard at maintaining her mind, as if she was being put under serious pressure. The eerie scene made Yi Futian frown. He stepped forward slowly and Huang Jioga followed suit. They were moving at a very slow speed with their auras engaged, being on guard against those two saints. At that time, pulsing pressure fell onto them, which grew increasingly heavy as they continued to move forward. Yi Futian and Huang Jioga looked up at that very tall and imposing Renhuang shadow far away. In an instant, the figure became imprinted in their minds directly, making them struggle to breath. That Renhuang figure far away seemed to be right before their eyes. Their spiritual will shook. Yi Futian felt as if his will was on the verge of being snuffed out. He grunted as his body came down, sitting on the ground. Everything in the world seemed to have changed, and that Renhuang shadow seemed to be standing right before them like a god. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? A voice seemed to be heard from 1,000 years ago, seeping into Yi Futian and Huang Jioga's mind, as if they were being interrogated. Yi Futian only knew right there and then that despite how they came, the lineage of Renhuang was right before their eyes. There were still challenges that needed to be faced. Even a descendant of Renhuang had to be tested despite coming so far. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? If the one to inherit the Renhuangs will prove to be of weak mind, then such person would be deemed unqualified to take the lineage, as it would be a waste. Renhuang, who had been a legend like none other in his time over 1,000 years ago, left behind a tomb that could only be opened by his descendants. However, if his descendants were to be of bad stock, then they would be deemed unqualified to inherit what he had left behind. He would have rather find someone who was truly determined to walk the path of cultivation. Yi Futian felt he had entered a realm of illusion, as if he had no secrets and everything was laid bare before the will of Renhuang. He felt a shadow hovering in the air, as if that was where he should be. His mind recalled all that he had been through for the past 30 years and more. He recalled Qin Yi, the big sister, and Feng Qingxue, the twerp, wondering how they were doing presently. He liked that big sister figure of hers. No one would have not liked a sexy, beautiful big sister like that after all. However, the little fox named Hua Jiu was just simply too stunning back then. The question of missing out on that big sister might have been a regret, but his mind answered with a definite no. His mind might have wavered a little bit, but he was hardly affected. He recalled old man Yi Baichuan and his mother. There was no news of them and he had no idea if they still lived. It was something that affected his mind, but his will remained firm. He recalled Emperor Yi Qing and the crying Snow Ape King, as well as the Nanda clan's advent, the empire being muddled with just one song. It was only then that Yi Futian's heart began to ache. It felt like a terrible pressure fell onto him, as if a catastrophe of the great path had struck his mind. It was painful. He grunted as his face turned pale. It was apparently something that stayed deep within his mind still, and he still had trouble letting go. So you're trying to make me review my life, eh? A sarcastic smirk was seen on his face. His eyes were determined as he glared at the shadow of Renhuang that seemed to be right before him. It was said that one's mind needed to be whole before one could achieve sainthood. So, you're testing my mind out right now then? While his heart ached, the old man dying in battle was not something that would sway him from his path. He stood up slowly and walked forward. His white garb and long hair billowed in the wind. Flashes continued to appear in his mind. In the cottage of the eastern barren territory of Kangi Kingdom, his brothers and sisters treated him like family. The battle at the Heaven Mountains brought an end to everything. The reason as to why that old man was taken away remained a thorn in his side, but he remained diligent in his training in order to someday meet that princess of the divine prefecture that he had only seen twice, to talk to her about the Snow Ape King and that old man. The battles fought at the Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace flashed in his mind. He had never been perfect and had done a lot of wrong, being haughty and inflexible, just like how he was before Xia Qingyuan. If he would have simply lowered his head and followed Xia Qingyuan, many things would have turned out better, maybe even turning out to be the results he sought, but even if he had been missing out on things, his mind remained firm. The answer to the question of whether or not his mind had been firm and unyielding was a natural yes. He did not dare to claim that his mind was whole and flawless, but at the very least, his beliefs were firm and nigh indestructible. His took one step forward, which sounded like a step on the path he sought. Cracks were hard and the shadow of Renhuang, that had been weighing on his mind, disappeared altogether. One step and he was gone. Formless power flowed with the wind around him. His will seemed to have been strengthened somewhat. Even within that sealed space, he was still able to sense a stronger willpower. With one step, he came to Archmage Plain. His white garb billowed without wind. Yi Futian cast his gaze at the shadow of Renhuang far away, as if nothing had changed. He turned to look at Huang Jioga beside him. Huang Jioga was steeped in all that as well, and there seemed to be tears at the corner of his eyes. His body shuddered a bit, as if he was locked in a struggle. Yi Futian was able to relate to Huang Jioga's struggle. Huang Shi, the leader of the sovereign family, and Huang Jioga's father blocked the gates by putting his life on the line. That stage alone had been enough to make Huang Jioga's mind waver. Hopefully, he will be able to get over it. Yi Futian could have simply gone up to the shadow of Renhuang right there and then. He would have been able to acquire the lineage so long as he was willing. However, he did not, as that was something left behind for Huang Jioga, and he was in no position to take it. Not doing was risky, as both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King were still around, but he was determined to keep his belief, as that was his way. He would have never been able to face Huang Shi and the sovereign family, who fought by his side, again if he were to take the lineage for himself. He stepped forward and walked to where the two saints were. The Glass Saint turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian again. Zhou Zhiming sustained severe injuries and his mind is being interrogated. This is your chance. The Glass Saint's eyes shone with a red glow. It was apparent that her situation was not any better compared to the Sacred King's. Yi Futian simply looked at her without saying anything. Zhou Zhiming massacred my clan, all 3,000 of them. I'm determined to avenge my family and I'm after the Renhuang lineage just so that I can kill him. Fian, you call me sister? Other than what happened outside, have I ever acted against you with ill intentions? The Glass Saint continued. Should I trust you, Sister Glass Saint, or should I not? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and asked, the death of those of the Yu clan was your doing, no? Indeed. The Glass Saint did not deny it. If Yuechan had killed them, it was as if she was the one doing it. There were no differences and she owned up to it. The Yu clan wanted to forge a marriage alliance with you because they saw your potential. The deaths of those from the Yu clan would have undoubtedly aroused the Yu clan's suspicion, and it was not someone from Xihua Sacred Mountain or the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty doing the deed. But if they had wanted in on this, they knew what they had to do, and things indeed turned out that way. Would all of that have been in yours and the Holy Ji Palace's favor or against it? Aren't you afraid of dragging the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to hell with you for what you have done? Yi Futian asked. If the Yu clan was involved, then I shall be on your side. The Yu clan could come settle their scores with me, just so long as the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty falls. The Glass Saint then added, regardless of how you look at things at this very moment, will you be going against me or against Zhou Zhiming? The sacred king remained sitting where he was, unbudging. He apparently knew his priorities and what he needed to do at the moment. He needed to restore his powers and break through Renwang's pressure. Yi Futian admitted that what the glass saint said made sense. To him, the sacred king was obviously the true enemy. You're willing to leave the lineage to the sovereign family, and I definitely won't lay a finger on it so long as Zhou Jiming ends up dead. You can ask anything of me to make it up to you, the glass saint continued. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the sacred king, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was not because he was convinced by the glass saint, but because there was no way he and the sacred king could coexist. He had that thought as soon as he entered. He was simply thinking if he should have taken the risk. It was an opportunity like none other after all. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand, and the powers within Yi Futian's body gushed into the ritual implement. Terrifying pressure manifested. There was no doubt that the sacred king had sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, he had to endure the pressure of the great path. It was a chance that he felt reluctant to miss. He stepped forward and brought the divine implement in his hand down. His surroundings felt like they were about to collapse in that very instant. Boundless shadow of the staff fell from the heavens, heading straight for the sacred king. The sacred king, who had stayed silent all the while, looked up at Yi Futian all of a sudden. A bright, dazzling light burst from his body and the phoenix shot forth with lethal intent. It was apparently his life spirit, heading straight for Yi Futian. The polearm of divine destruction clashed with the divine bird with a boom, and Yi Futian felt as if his body was about to be penetrated. The terrifying power stunned him and sent him flying. Bones all over his body seemed to have cracked, but at that very moment, a dazzling sword flashed by, heading straight for the sacred king's head. The sacred king slapped at the ground and retreated backwards. The phoenix turned away to intercept the attack, and with a loud boom, the wings of the phoenix seemed to have been broken right there and then. The bird was damaged and returned to the sacred king's body with a wail. However, that sword attack was blocked. The love destroyer returned back to the glass saint's body as well. Siege blood splattered from the sacred king's mouth, staining the ground red, and his face turned ashen. He looked up and said to Yi Futian coldly, "You really don't know your place." The glass saint trains in the ways of emotional suppression. She killed her own fiancé back then, and she doesn't care about your life. He deserved to die, the glass saint said coldly. He indeed deserved to die for giving his woman to me. But please, you and I had been only one step away from becoming husband and wife. Why do you need to do this? The sacred king added. Shut up, Zhou Jiming. Coldness emanated from the glass saint. Am I telling the truth or not? You'd rather die than marry me back then. But you killed the man that sent you into my palace. Was your mind broken? The sacred king continued. The glass saint did not care. She naturally understood that the sacred king wanted to make her mind waver. At that moment, they were all undergoing the Great Path's test. Seeing that the glass saint remained silent, the sacred king continued, I built the lapis lazuli palace in my place, and I have a concubine named Si, who looks rather similar to you. Every time I go inside, I think of her to be you and have her please me. How that soothes my mind, just like how it would have been if you were by my side. If you're willing, I'll head straight home and kill her. You've spent years being alone. Why do you need to do so? The way of emotional suppression kills your humanity. How could it be able to compare to the joy of training with me? Zhou Jiming. The glass saint's body trembled and another splatter of blood came out of her mouth. Terrifying pressure rained down on her mind. Her face turned ashen and she slumped, feeling as if her mind was about to collapse. The sacred king snickered at the scene. Yi Futian knew what was going on between both of them. He took a look at the sacred king. He was indeed willing to go to extreme lengths. He knew well what was going on with the glass saint, as he was going through the same thing at the moment. The sacred king's words proved more sharp than blades. But then again, the glass saint was not a pushover. Yi Futian came to the glass saint's side and looked at that beautiful face. She looked rather pitiful, but her eyes remained determined as she looked at Yi Futian. I'm willing to pay any price just for you to kill the sacred king. If you hate me, then kill Zhou Jiming. I'm all yours when that is done. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and carried the saint up, having her lean close to him. Her soft, voluptuous figure was incredibly seductive, but Yi Futian had nothing else on his mind at the moment. The sacred king shot a pointed look at Yi Futian, seeing him do that. Yi Futian then looked at the number one beauty in the eastern state in his arms and said, "Sister Glass Saint, he was right. Even though you've been betrayed, you shouldn't have trained in ways to kill your emotions. There are all manners of sentiments in the world that are worth being cherished. Me, for instance, I've always had a liking for you." Yi Futian lowered his head as soon as he finished. The glass saint's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Futian, getting increasingly close. She had a dazed look. It was anyone's guess if she was too weak to do anything or if she had simply forgotten to do so, but she did not resist. At the very next moment, she felt her lips being invaded and her mind felt like it was being blown to pieces as it turned completely blank. "How dare you!" Tremendous murderous intent filled the sacred king's eyes. Yet, at that moment, terrifying pressure fell onto him like a catastrophe of the great path, pounding his mind. The sacred king's face turned pale like the glass saint's, and he spat up blood. His aura had never been so weak. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at the dazed, beautiful eyes and said, "You said that you were willing to pay any price for killing Zhou Jiming. I'll definitely kill him. I take it that you won't mind then." Yi Futian's hands were in places where they should not have been. The sensation was soft and the glass saint looked at him with dazed eyes. There were tears at the corner of her eyes and then she spat up blood again, turning even paler before blacking out altogether. Yi Futian looked at all of that calmly and extended his hand to caress the beautiful face of hers, smiled and turned to look at the sacred king. "She's indeed the number one beauty in Eastern State indeed, poised and beautiful like none other. What do you think, sacred king?" The sacred king continued to glare at Yi Futian while blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. He shut his eyes and turned away. Both the sacred king and the glass saint had been brutal figures, and it was totally unexpected that Yi Futian was just as brutal. He was actually trying to kill both the sacred king and the glass saint at the same time. Chapter 956. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. He had become famous as a young man and had been infeft as prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty very early. His talent was outstanding, and nothing was denied to him. When Glass Saint was seen by the Lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the rumor had gone out that her looks were extraordinary, without parallel in the Eastern State. After he had seen her, the consequences were shocking. He tried to pursue her, but could not. He had spent a lot of energy on this, even devising a scheme by which Glass Saint would be taken to his palace on the day of her wedding, but Glass Saint would rather die than marry him. After entering the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, she had opposed him everywhere, breaking his holy road, blocking his attempt to become a saint. Even his father had suffered the same fate as Glass Saint's master due to this enmity. The great Zhou sacred king swore that he would have her, that she would submit her body to him. He would see how the foremost beauty in the Eastern State faced him then. But at that moment, the woman that he had tried so hard to get was embraced by Yi Futian. The beauty that he had never even touched had been kissed by Yi Futian. And that scoundrel's hand was even touching her holy body. It was easy to imagine what the great Zhou sacred king's mental state was at that moment. And where was this place? Ren Huang had asked, "If you want to become the emperor, can your heart be hardened to the path?" Right now, the power of the great path pressed down on him, and he wavered. He had already been injured, and now he had suffered a catastrophe of the great path. The power of Ren Huang's great path descended, threatening to destroy his mindfulness towards the path. Therefore, he would rather close his eyes than look at what was happening. But his desire to kill Yi Futian had never been stronger, even stronger than when Yi Futian had taken his son Zhou Huang during the Sacred War. He would make it so that Yi Futian would seek life but be unable to obtain it, and so that he would strive to die but would not be able to do so. Yi Futian cast a cold glance at Zhou Jiming. He was also in great pain. The great Zhou Sacred King's last attack had been so strong. The saint-level power had accumulated, and then he had used his life spirit to launch an attack, wounding him greatly. Moreover, Saint Shihua had wounded him in the outside world. His situation was not much better than the great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saints. However, in this way, all the obstacles had been cleared for Huang Jiuge. As long as he could pass Renwang's questioning, the inheritance would be in the palm of his hand. The great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and so they had no way to pass the questioning. Yi Futian looked down at the beautiful face that he held. Tears had appeared on her cheeks, and he wiped them away. Her skin was so delicate that you could break it by blowing on it, and her face did not have a single blemish. She had cultivated herself to the saint level and transcended her physical form. Now her skin was soft and tender, and her body was the same. She was so delicate all over. Anyone would have trouble holding on to this woman, who was considered the foremost beauty in the eastern state and was the master of the lapis lazuli holy temple. This was human nature. But he did not feel guilty. Glass Saint was not a good person. Although everything she had done been out of her intense desire for revenge, her recent attack on the great Zhou Sacred King had been done without any regard for how it would affect him. He had used Renwang's questioning to break both of their mindfulness of the path. But it was an eye for an eye. There was no essential difference between the two of them. He had never been a good man. If he wanted to, he could kill this beautiful woman who had fainted into his arms. But he would not do this. Glass Saint had been ruthless in her revenge, but it had all been for the purpose of killing her two enemies. He had learned a bit about her miserable past from her conversation with the great Zhou Sacred King. As for the Yu clan, he would not interfere. It was up to them to decide. But as far as Yi Futian was concerned, a kiss had taken place, and the place that should not be touched had been touched. His fury had catalyzed in an instant, but he had stayed his hand. He was ruthless, but not that ruthless. Perhaps he was just not resolute enough. He looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and saw him begin to cultivate once again. He held Glass Saint in front of him. He pulled out a ritual implement and tied it around her waist just in case. He did not want to become part of her plan again if she woke up. Even though she had been wounded, since she was a saint, he could take no chances. A rustling sound rang out in the Life Palace as the world tree swayed. Emerald green light shone, flooding the palace and rushing towards every part of his body. It repaired his injuries as quickly as possible. The three of them had all been injured, and Glass Saint had fainted. He had an advantage over the great Zhou Sacred King in terms of recovery, as in addition to recovering, the great Zhou Sacred King also had to resist Renwang's power, so he would not recover very quickly. Now the two of them were at the end of their strength and were no better off than their opponent. They did not dare to make a move. Yi Futian had learned his lesson. Great Zhou Sacred King, Glass Saint and I have now touched. When she wakes up, she will enter my harem and become my woman. Why don't you demolish the lapis lazuli pavilion? Said Yi Futian as he was recuperating. He saw the great Zhou Sacred King's arms were shaking, but his eyes were closed as if he had not heard him. Her hands and skin are so soft. Although she has cultivated for so many years, she is as soft as water and is as pure as ice. Yi Futian ran his hand over her tender arm as he spoke. The great Zhou Sacred King clenched his fists, and his aura began to leak from him. He could not help but groan. He was fighting against the power of the path, but Yi Futian was slashing at his heart. But he was a king. His eyes remained closed, and he did not move at all. His heart was as strong as iron. Yi Futian stopped stroking her arm. He did not continue provoking the great Zhou Sacred King, and instead focused on recovering. Time passed in silence. Yi Futian's wounds healed quickly. He kept his eyes open, staring at the great Zhou Sacred King. He wondered if he could put an end to him if he struck now. But would the great Zhou Sacred King be the same as before? Would he recover all his energy for one strike? Would he heal as much as possible so he could kill him? Just as Yi Futian was hesitating, a sound rang out. He turned and saw Huang Jiuge walking forward. He had obviously defeated himself. He succeeded. Yi Futian sighed with relief. Huang Jioge had received his inheritance. This trip had been completely successful. Xia Qingyuan had promised that if they could get it, it was theirs. At the same time, Huang Shi was blocking many Saint Plain cultivators outside the cliff statue. A group of figures appeared. At the head was Xia Qingyuan. She walked in front of Huang Shi, followed by several powerful saints. She looked up at the statue. Huang Shi had thought that he could hold back all comers, but when he looked into her eyes, he trembled. If this princess wanted to fight, he did not know if even Jioge could handle her after receiving his inheritance. With a single sentence, she could strip them of everything. She did not even have to get involved. All she had to do was change the rules of the sacred war to let saints get involved, and the barren state would be lost. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by my ancestors. I hope that you will help me, said Huang Shi. He could hold back all the saints of the 9 states. After the incident, they all had to abide by Emperor Xia's rules, but fighting Xia Qingyuan by himself would be impossible. She stepped forward a few paces, still staring at the statue. She said nothing, but her eyes explained it all. No one in the 9 states could stop her. When he saw that look in her eyes, Huang Shi felt only sorrow. Yusheng stepped forward with magic light shining in his eyes. Behind Xia Qingyuan, the other saints also stepped forward, their auras blazing forth. Only the princess may enter. How about that? Said Huang Shi. Still looking up at the statue, Xia Qingyuan said, Fine. I hope that you will not forget your promise. As Huang Shi spoke, the statue blazed with light, and the gate that led to the mausoleum opened once again. Everyone's hearts pounded as Xia Qingyuan walked in. Liao tried to rush in as well, but was stopped by Xia Qingyuan's people. Xia Qingyuan walked in the gate. No one in the 9 states could stop her. The gate closed once again, cutting them all off. They had no way of knowing what would take place inside. Huang Shi could only pray. There were 5 great cultivators inside. Did Jioge have any hope? Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan enter as the gate opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him as well. She took in the situation inside the imperial mausoleum in a glance, then looked up at the figure of Ren Huang as she stepped forward. She soon felt the power of the great path, but she did not stop. She kept walking forward step by step. She had already felt this kind of power from her father. Her mindfulness of the path was firm and could not be shaken. Yi Futian put down Glass Saint and stood up, blocking Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by the Huang clan ancestors and should be inherited by their descendants. You promised that if I could take it, it would be mine. It should be the same for the other members of my palace, he said. Yes, said Xia Qingyuan. Then she looked at Huang Jioge and said, That's assuming he can take it? On saying this, she continued forward, passing by Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure flashed and he appeared in a space not far from Ren Huang. His back was to the statue of Ren Huang, and he faced Xia Qingyuan. You think you can stop me? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian, and suddenly a sage-level aura bloomed. Yi Futian felt the fierce wind. This terrible aura was coming forth from the body of this delicate beauty in men's clothing. It seemed that everything in the world would be forced to crawl at her feet. Yi Futian's white robes flapped in the wind. He fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyuan. She was the foremost talent of the upper worlds, the favorite daughter of Emperor Xia, and was hailed as a woman whose talent surpassed even her father's. Your Highness, Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, asks for your instruction. His voice rang out throughout the imperial mausoleum. The echo lingered on and on. Chapter 957. Yi Futian's voice was bright and clear. In the space of the imperial mausoleum, Glass Saint slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at Yi Futian. In fact, she had woken up before, but she had closed off her senses, not letting herself think so that she could slowly recover from her injury. Yi Futian's voice was bright and clear. In the space of the imperial mausoleum, Glass Saint slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at Yi Futian. In fact, she had woken up before, but she had closed off her senses, not letting herself think so that she could slowly recover from her injury. However, there was nowhere she could go to hide from the feeling of those claws touching her skin. Even separated by a thin layer of clothing, it was still so clear. His hand had even moved to the most sacred, soft place on her body. What was even worse was that he had seemed to feel good about it, and he could not help but grasp it. Such humiliation almost made her wake up to fight him, but when she remembered her vast sea of hatred for the sacred king, she was able to bear it. She got up and bit her lip. She stared at Yi Futian with eyes as cold as ice, hoping that he would die at Xia Qingyuan's hands. Xia Qingyuan fixed her gaze on the figure before her. As the daughter of Emperor Xia, she had been born extraordinary. She was without parallel among those of her generation in the upper worlds, and no one could oppose her. Who would dare stand before her? Who had the right to? But the man who had refused to follow her twice, who had boasted that he was without parallel at the Jiutian Forum, now stood before her and asked her to fight. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and divine light flowed from her. She glowed as brightly as an immortal. She stepped forward, and the great path moved with her as if what she was stepping on was the path itself. Yi Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He claimed to be unbeaten by any opponent at the same level as him, unparalleled in the 9 states, but none of the people that he had beaten could match Xia Qingyuan. This woman, who was hailed as the strongest in Emperor Xia's realm, had the blood of Renhuang flowing through her veins. Moreover, she had mastered hundreds of schools, had a broad body of knowledge. She had cultivated herself to know all kinds of powerful magic, becoming the most powerful magic user in Emperor Xia's realm. At this moment, even though their strength was limited in the imperial mausoleum, and they were not able to expand their will into the heavens and the earth, Xia Qingyuan's steps were still full of the worldly great path. Yi Futian could not take her for an ordinary weak woman. This was clearly a wild beast. A powerful airflow came out from her body. It was like heaven and earth had become one. Yi Futian stepped forward, and his power burst forth from him like thunder, fighting against Xia Qingyuan's airflow. The two of them stood facing each other, setting off a violent storm in that place. Boom! With another step forward, his power swept out. Light bloomed from Xia Qingyuan, and more sacred power condensed on her arms. In a flash, she descended in front of Yi Futian as quickly as lightning. She raised her arm and struck out with a fist, clenching her slender, jade-like hand. Her fist was not big, but the power it contained seemed like it could collapse the sky and fight with a true dragon or an ancient phoenix. The sacred light wrapped around her fist, and a suffocating power burst forth from it, piercing through heaven and earth as it rushed towards Yi Futian's chest. Yi Futian also stepped forward, and his power shone like a rainbow. He did not retreat at all. No matter how strong Xia Qingyuan was, he would not fear her. Today, he would look at this princess, who was hailed as the strongest in both worlds, and see how strong she was. A rhythm started as he lifted his hand. It was completely natural and fit into the worldly great path. An imperial fist will gathered and flowed on his arms, and radiant particles flowed from him. As he plunged his arm down, it all gathered together into a fist and smashed down like a star towards his opponent's fist. He used a fist to fight a fist. Both of their arms went to the same point, and finally, their fists collided together. Their skin did not touch, only their fist wills did, but a loud sound like a clap of thunder rang out. The space around them trembled fiercely, and 2 brilliant rays of light shot out from where their fists collided. Xia Qingyuan was shocked and retreated. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Her fist style contained imperial power. It melded with the worldly great path and could put forth an extreme amount of rule power. And Yi Futian had defeated it, showing how strong he was. Yi Futian had refined his body and had washed his body in the medicine pool. He had melded the rule of particles and rule power into his fist, making it extremely strong. Anyone on the same level of him in the 9 states would have been wounded by that one attack. Of course, Xia Qingyuan was also slightly different in that moment. The Huangting fist will had 33 layers. It resonated with the worldly great path, and each layer was stronger than the last. If Yi Futian could not crack even the first layer, how could he call himself unparalleled in the 9 states? Her mighty power gathered together once again, and she flashed toward Yi Futian. The The second layer of her fist will burst forth, even stronger than before. Futian stepped forward again, and his power gathered together even more strongly than before. He struck out with his fist without hesitation, matching Xia Qingyuan attack for attack. This kind of attack was an incredible tempering for his body. He would never find an opponent like this in the 9 states. As the two of them collided wildly and loud sounds rang out continuously. The wind raged as an extremely strong and domineering atmosphere burst forth. A terrible storm raged between the two of them, like a tornado that swallowed everything. Glass Saint watched the battle. She was a saint-level cultivator, but this battle between two sages was still thrilling. Their power was amazing. That shameless disciple was still extremely strong. After striking 11 times, Xia Qingyuan's fist will seem to be completely transformed. As her heavy fists slammed forth, heaven and earth cracked. Futian also felt that his arms would crack. If a fist entered his body, it would crush him from within. It was extremely oppressive. If his body had not been strong, he would already have been destroyed. Futian was forced back with a loud noise. But Xia Qingyuan followed him like a shadow and attacked again. She was wrapped in an incomparably powerful fist that destroyed everything. Rays of brilliant light burst forth from Futian's body as he opened the 7-star acupoints. Suddenly his aura surged more powerfully. He could feel that Xia Qingyuan was growing stronger and stronger. Her martial arts were extremely advanced and could even be compared to the 9 heavenly attacks in some places. Boom! Futian stepped into the air, and his body became like a dragon. He raised his hand and pressed it against the sky. Xia Qingyuan shot towards him, her fist piercing through the stars towards Futian. The two of them continued to fight fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. But it seemed that neither could crush the other. Finally, after 20 attacks, Xia Qingyuan could not continue. It was said that when one cultivated up to the Huangting Fist Will's 33rd attack, one could pierce the heavens and the earth, and could break the world with a single punch. She was still far off from this, and there were only a dozen or so layers that she truly comprehended. She glanced at Huang Jioge and saw him still standing before Renhuang. Light fell on his body, and he seemed to have already received the inheritance. The whole tomb started to shake as sunlight fell. She looked back at Futian, and the pressure on her grew more intense. She stepped into the air like a goddess. Her pale face was so beautiful it was suffocating. A sword extended continuously from her finger, seeming to want to cut through the space in the imperial mausoleum. Even though her power was restricted, the sword that she released at this moment was still astonishing. Futian's face grew solemn as he gazed at Xia Qingyuan. As the daughter of Renhuang, and as someone who was unparalleled in the upper worlds, she would naturally not just be good at one thing. Xia Qingyuan's figure flashed as she tried to get past Futian, and he felt a suffocating pressure on him, seeking to destroy him. He still stood in her way, shining brightly. Xia Qingyuan raised her finger, and with this attack, a catastrophic sword seem to pierce into his chest, cutting through his will and wiping away his soul. The sword continued towards his body, seeking to cleave him in two. Xia Qingyuan had once gone to the Lihen heaven and learned from the foremost swordsman of the upper worlds. She had integrated many types of swordsmanship into her own, catastrophe swordsmanship. With her status, it was not only Emperor Xia who had taught her, but all the great figures of the upper worlds. In both the upper and lower worlds, only Xia Qingyuan could be called illustrious. Futian felt that his spiritual will was under attack, and it seemed like it would soon collapse. He kept it together to resist, and at the same time, starry rule power flowed from his body. His body became like a star that protected his flesh. A sharp cracking sound rang out. A single slice broke through his defenses and cut through all his rule power. It slashed towards his body. Fortunately, his body was immensely powerful, but his clothes were still ripped. Catastrophe swordsmanship was different than Huangting Fist Will. Huangting Fist Will grew stronger and stronger. When you reached the end, no one could stand against it. But catastrophe swordsmanship struck all at once like thunder, cutting through everything. It was extremely powerful. The sword went for the kill. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, surrounded by powerful sword will. She was like a goddess of death approaching. She could truly be described as ultimately powerful. She stepped on the sword and flew directly towards Renhuang. An incomparably brilliant light shone around Yi Futian. Powerful rule power flowed from him and gathered together into a halberd. He stepped forward and transformed into a beam of light. A sword appeared in Xia Qingyuan's hand, and it whistled through the air as she slashed it. Yi Futian raised his long halberd to strike, and the brilliant light flashed. It pierced through the air and cut through the sword. He stepped through the air and descended in front of Xia Qingyuan. He struck with his long halberd. Suddenly, a terrible vortex appeared, and everything in the area seemed like it would be completely destroyed. The sword will collapsed. Xia Qingyuan frowned and pressed her finger forward. Suddenly, her mighty sword will all gathered together and crossed through the air and collided with the halberd. In a flash, a destructive power raged wildly. The halberd smashed through space and pierced downwards. Xia Qingyuan's sword qi blocked it. As the power in front of her was blocked, she was thrown flying backward. Yi Futian stood there with his halberd staring at her. He said, "Why don't you take this a little bit more seriously, princess?" Chapter 958. Xia Qingyuan was blocked once again. She gazed at Yi Futian. It seemed that there was indeed someone in the 9 states of the same level as her who could stop her. She had just felt an incredibly strong space rule power from the halberd, and it had the ability to break through space. Its attack power was incredible. Xia Qingyuan was blocked once again. She gazed at Yi Futian. It seemed that there was indeed someone in the 9 states of the same level as her who could stop her. She had just felt an incredibly strong space rule power from the halberd, and it had the ability to break through space. Its attack power was incredible. At that moment, Huang Jioga had already received Renhuang's inheritance, and brilliant light shone all around. The mausoleum shook as the beautiful light fell upon the 2 people fighting, adding a bit of sacred color to the scene. Outside the mausoleum, everyone felt the cliff shaking. They all sensed that the inheritance had reappeared in the world. But who had gotten it? This situation had occurred not long after the princess had entered, so it was extremely likely that she was the one who had gotten it. However, there was nothing strange about that. Although there were 2 saint-level figures inside, how could they dare to compete with Xia Qingyuan? As for Yi Futian and Huang Jioga, even if they wanted to fight, would they be able to? All of the 9 states were under Emperor Xia's command. Even though the imperial mausoleum had been left behind by the Huang clan ancestors, it still belonged to Emperor Xia. If Xia Qingyuan wanted it, it would be hers without a doubt. They all thought of the extremely arrogant Yi Futian. With his personality, he had previously dared to trick the princess. He might actually fight her. They didn't know if he would be able to leave the tomb. As they expected, Yi Futian was indeed fighting. But he was not fighting for himself, but for Huang Shi and Huang Jioga. If Xia Qingyuan used Emperor Xia to suppress him, he would give up. If Huang Jioga got the inheritance and then died, Xia Qingyuan would have no remorse over the promise that she made in public. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. What was the orthodoxy that Emperor Xia had founded in the 9 states? Why had Xia Qingyuan sought out the heavenly chosen ones? The 9 states were Emperor Xia's, including the Holy Ji Palace. Thus, when he had challenged Xia Qingyuan, he had called himself a vassal of Emperor Xia. He had not said this casually. He was reminding Xia Qingyuan that he was her father's subject. Emperor Xia naturally hoped that there would be talented figures among his subjects that could assist him in the future. Although Emperor Xia's realm was in the upper worlds, it was only one of the realms of the divine prefecture. Hua Jiyu had told him that she had taken them to many upper worlds. Thus, he could fight as hard as he could in this battle. With Emperor Xia's status, he didn't need to fear him coming to settle accounts. With his halberd in hand, brilliant light flowed over Yi Futian. He pointed it at Xia Qingyuan, and his will of battle surged. It seemed like while he was there, Xia Qingyuan would not be able to pass him. An even stronger sword will flowed from Xia Qingyuan, much different from the ones that Yi Futian had seen before. This was the first time he had felt catastrophe swordsmanship. The sword gave birth to catastrophes and had terrible destructive power. He felt the sword will, and it felt like his spiritual will would be destroyed. If he was hit, he couldn't imagine how much damage it would do. The sword will grew stronger and an ear-piercing shriek rang out through the air. Even if all the power in the Imperial Mausoleum was bound up together, the aura coming from Xia Qingyuan would still be stronger. The sword will flowed towards all the heavens. It seemed to be everywhere, and there was an invisible sword in it. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, and it felt like a terrible catastrophe sword was piercing Yi Futian's spiritual will. It was like a catastrophe of the great path was cutting through his spiritual willpower. He had naturally taken precautions against this, and so he was unmoved. At that same time, a sword fell from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Boom! There was a loud noise as a starry curtain appeared around Yi Futian. Although he could not communicate with the power of the Imperial Mausoleum, he was still able to form a powerful force field around himself. It was like time had stopped in that space. Everything slowed down, except for the overbearing sword, which cut through his rule power force field and pierced the body of one of the stars, causing it to crack. Xia Qingyuan continued forward. If anyone had been standing around her, they would have been suffocated. Her sword will was too strong. She gripped her sword and brought it down again, as quickly and forcefully as possible. There was another loud noise as more cracks appeared in the star, breaking down Yi Futian's defenses. More swords began to descend wildly, one following another. Each sword was extremely forceful. The star had already cracked to its edges, but Yi Futian's life spirit bloomed and the divine ape roared as he transformed into his Buddha pure body and melded into it. Bang! The stars cracked, the sword descended, and the divine ape roared. He struck out with a fist will and destroyed the oncoming sword. The violent momentum was earth-shattering. However, Xia Qingyuan seemed to not even see it. There was no change in her cold eyes. More and more swords appeared, and the space where Yi Futian was in seemed to collapse. There were 3,000 swords. Without using a divine implement, how could anyone below the Saint Plane in the 9 states withstand this? The divine ape attacked wildly, and it roared into the sky. Every attack made the air tremble. Heaven and earth seemed like they would shatter under the divine ape's attacks, but they could not destroy the light of the catastrophe swords. Many of the swords had already pierced the divine ape's body, making it tremble. Even Glass Saint, who was sitting nearby, felt her heart tremble as she beheld this battle. This was Emperor Xia's favorite daughter. She was only on the lower sage plane, but with the combat ability that she put forth, even someone on the sage ranking would not dare to say they could defeat her. And Yi Futian, who was on the same plane as her, was still fighting her. It seemed that the divine ape's body could bear no more, and so Yi Futian lifted his arm and the halberd appeared there. A burst of radiant particles emerged from it and swallowed it up. Rumble! Brilliant golden light shone as the image of a golden rock appeared. Wind rules covered his body. At this moment Yi Futian was like a god of war. A powerful wind blew, and Yi Futian instantly disappeared from where he had been as he moved towards Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan pointed forward without any hesitation. A sword burst forth and destroyed everything as it raced towards Yi Futian. Smash! Yi Futian stabbed straight out with his halberd, smashing it into the catastrophe sword, causing cracks to appear in it. Under his brilliant wings, he crossed through the air and continued to get closer to his opponent. His power was rising. After cultivating his skill with a halberd in the Lost Ruins, he had spent a period of time cultivating in the Endless Sea. He trained with it every day in every part of the Endless Sea. The billowing ocean waves helped him understand how to wield it. Now his attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, just like the ocean waves. But now more catastrophe swords descended. They seemed to be endless. Brilliant light bloomed from him, and his golden wings shrieked past. He thrust his halberd forward once again, and as he did many halberds of light appeared beside it. They crashed wildly into the catastrophe swords. Yi Futian's body seemed to be buried in the devastating storm it caused. Xia Qingyuan was as unmoving as a mountain. 3,000 catastrophe swords wrapped around her like a storm. Her expression was as sharp as one of her swords. She continued to walk closer to Yi Futian as if there was nothing for her to fear. No matter how strong she was, her state of mind was not affected. The storm of catastrophe swords shrieked like the light of the catastrophe of the great path. It descended towards Yi Futian. He could not avoid it. If he was not strong enough to withstand it, he could only die. This forceful attack was enough to kill any enemy. Her swords covered the sky. Yi Futian did not dodge. The divine ape roared, and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Beams of golden light pierced through his body, and the golden rock shot forward with invincible speed towards the onrushing swords as if it was going to enter into that endless abyss. His body trembled. Suddenly, a bunch of residual images appeared around him. Each one seemed to carry a halberd until they eventually all merged into one. They faced forward in a straight line. A devastating vortex appeared on the halberd that seemed like it would really tear space apart. The 3,000 catastrophe swords pierced towards him, but a broken hole appeared in the middle of them. A halberd pierced through space and fell towards Xia Qingyuan, who was at the center of the swords. At that moment, Yi Futian swayed violently. Xia Qingyuan was sent flying once again. The destructive storm still raged. Yi Futian's Buddha pure body had been destroyed, and his life spirit had been damaged. He felt a sweetness in his throat as if there was blood that he needed to spit out, but he swallowed it back. Xia Qingyuan was not in good shape either. Her clothes were in disarray and her hair that had been tied back had come loose. As the wind danced, she even looked to be a bit more feminine. Looking at her now, she was even more incredible. She was like an immortal in the human world, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Xia Qingyuan had apparently not thought that Yi Futian would force her into such a difficult situation. She did not even care that much about Renawang's inheritance anymore. She just watched Yi Futian. She was not only hailed as unparalleled in Emperor Xia's realm. When she was young, her father had brought her to another one of Renawang's realms to let her experience the world and understand the worldly great path. Even though she was extremely young, she had still gone to many places and met many powerful figures. Even in these other realms, she had never met someone who could be a true opponent to her who was of the same generation as her. Now, in the 9 states in the lower world, she seemed to have met one. "Can you fight harder?" Xia Qingyuan asked unexpectedly. Yi Futian was stunned, then said, "If you can, so can I." Beside them, Glass Saint was speechless. They could still fight harder? How hard would these 2 lower-level sages fight? The great Zhou Sacred King had now also opened his eyes to watch the battle. As he watched, his desire to kill Yi Futian only grew stronger. He could not rest easy until Yi Futian died. "Then let me see," said Xia Qingyuan slowly. Her life spirit bloomed behind her, and in a flash, a divine light covered the whole area. An incomparably beautiful golden lotus bloomed. It was rumored that there was a female Buddha beneath the golden lotus. Xia Qingyuan stepped onto the golden lotus and bathed in the divine light. She truly seemed like an immortal. The shaking of the imperial mausoleum grew stronger and stronger, but Xia Qingyuan did not care. At that moment, Yi Futian was far more interesting than Renawang's inheritance. Chapter 959. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian had once read ancient records in the library of 9 State Academy that said that once you had cultivated up to the supreme level, you could forge the path. The path gave rise to the soul, and your life spirit would develop along with it. Therefore, the true top forces, those whose life spirits contained the path, were those whose perception of the world stretched out far and was thus passed on to future generations. His world tree was endlessly marvelous and was a kind of supreme path, but his plane was not high. He was not yet close enough to touch that level, nor understand its mysteries. He was only able to see a life spirit birthed from it, and see how extraordinary it was. Huang Zhouge had inherited 3 great life spirits, all of which were extraordinary. Now he was truly the descendant of Ren Huang, but since his level was not high enough, he only understood these life spirits at the surface level. But now that he had the inheritance, the life spirits could probably transform along with him. The road to cultivation was slow, but some people were extraordinary. Their life spirits could get stronger and stronger along with the things that they had cultivated themselves to be good at. Others still relied on their own perception, constantly reinventing their life spirits with their own power from weak to strong, causing it to constantly evolve. Either way, life spirits followed the process of the cultivator growing stronger. Xia Qingyuan's forefather was Ren Huang, and her father had cultivated beside him. Her own life spirit was magnificent and could be said to be abundant in natural gifts. At that moment, her life spirit lotus was unleashed, and her whole aura grew stronger, and her perception of law power grew deeper as well. Her prestigious name was well-deserved, that of the greatest talent in Emperor Xiao's realm. In Yi Futian's life palace, the world tree swayed with a rustling sound. He sucked in his breath and a terrible storm blossomed from within him. The life spirit of the divine ape appeared once again, forming the Buddha pure body. Yi Futian seemed to be melded within it as his power grew even wilder. His halberd disappeared as his rule power condensed into a staff in the divine ape's hands. Different rule powers permeated his body. A curtain of starry particles flashed around the staff, and an astonishing aura burst forth from it. Yi Futian stood there like a true god of war, emitting enough pressure to suffocate anyone near him. Cultivation was an orderly and gradual process. As you grew stronger, your life spirits continued to change. Your understanding of martial arts and rule spells was the same. When Yi Futian had begun cultivating, he had studied the 9 heavenly attacks, but how many had he actually learned? Only once the strength of his cultivation increased could he exert greater power with the 9 heavenly attacks. And now they were not the simple attacks of when he had started out. Now they were integrated into his perception of rule power. 2 people cultivating the same techniques would have very different results. Yi Futian had cultivated the rule of particles, force rules, starry laws, and space-tearing rules. He had integrated these rule powers into the 9 heavenly attacks, making them much more powerful. If he truly reached the level of the snow ape, his power would be no weaker than his. Xia Qingyuan still stood calmly on the lotus, holding a sword mudra. More and more lotuses blossomed around her. Suddenly she was bathed in brilliance. She looked like a divine immortal, incorruptible. But Yi Futian had no wish to appreciate her beauty. He could only feel her dangerous aura. The divine ape stepped into the sky, and the air trembled. A terrible force swept out. Yi Futian grasped the staff. Infinite law power seemed to bloom from Xia Qingyuan, and it seemed like Yi Futian was trying to smash through the great path of heaven and earth itself. She had all that law power, and he had only a stick. Brilliance bloomed from the blossoming lotuses, and a catastrophe sword was born from each one. The lotuses gave rise to the path. The lotuses gave rise to everything. Endless sword wills surrounded each catastrophe sword, all of them pointing at Yi Futian. "Cut him," said Xia Qingyuan. The swords in the lotuses flashed as they pierced through the air. The 3,000 swords descended, and a lightning bolt that was much stronger than the swords pierced through the air in that space. Yi Futian raised his arms and brought the staff crashing down, causing a burst of particles to shoot outward. It was like thousands of stars tearing through the air. They crashed into the catastrophe swords from the lotuses, and a destructive airflow appeared. Even if there was a top-level sage there, they would still be astonished by this scene, and shocked by the power of the 2 of them. In the instant that Yi Futian brought the staff down, the second catastrophe sword bloomed from a lotus. It flashed towards him, even stronger than the one before it. The power of Yi Futian's staff was not diminished. It continued to sweep out and destroy things, but the arm that was holding it felt a tremendous force. The starry particles began to crack. He could see how strong his opponent's sword was. The 3rd sword, the 4th sword, the 11th sword. The swords were inexhaustible, and the sword will was not extinguished. Yi Futian was wrapped up in sword qi, and an endless amount of swords flew around him, cutting through the air. If he let down his guard even a little, he would be beyond saving. But it seemed like he did not feel threatened at all. He walked forward, each step shaking the ground. The divine ape roared, and a storm appeared all around him that seemed powerful enough to smash the heavens. Yi Futian had cultivated for more than 10 years and experienced many battles. Other than when he had faced opponents whose levels he could not compete with, he had never experienced a situation like today, where he was still in danger despite using the 9 heavenly attacks. He knew that Xia Qingxuan's life spirit was full of strength and that she had used the lotuses to give rise to her law power. She had integrated her Huangting fist will into the catastrophe swords, making each one stronger than the last. These were 2 different rule powers, but she had achieved mastery over both of them and combined them into a single attack. The lotuses gave birth to swords that cut through everything. But his staff technique was completely different, and his accumulated power was more than that of his opponent's catastrophe swords. At this moment, his staff resonated with heaven and earth. This meant that if 2 people were fighting outside the imperial mausoleum and sought to seize the power of heaven and earth for themselves, they would unleash a terrible storm. Xia Qingyuan stared at him as she stood firm. 9 lotuses flew all around her, with sacred light blooming from them. Powerful catastrophe swords were hidden in each lotus. The 9 catastrophes were linked together. When the swords were born, everything would wither. She pointed forward and the 9 swords shot out. Yi Futian had already struck 6 times, and at that moment a powerful storm appeared around him. He stepped forward again but did not strike a 7th time. The swords reached him. A destructive sound rang out as the air was torn and the stars were shattered. The swords came at him one by one, slicing towards his chest and destroying his will. But Yi Futian seemed to not even see them. He continued forward. The terrible storm of swords seemed to swallow him up, but his momentum grew even stronger. It seemed that he was the only person in the world at that moment. The divine ape's body bore the sword strikes, and it seemed to be riddled with holes. However, at that moment, it grew bigger as if the true divine ape had finally arrived. It gave a loud roar that shook the heavens. Yi Futian lifted his arm and struck forward with it. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises rang out as the swords collided with the staff. The sounds were like thunder, and the sky trembled at them. The swords of the great path all seemed to be annihilated. All that was left was the staff. It broke through all the swords and slammed through the air towards Xia Qingyu. The lotuses bloomed majestically, forming a barrier around Xia Qingyuan's body. She watched what was happening calmly. There was a loud noise as the lotuses broke and their petals were sent flying. Xia Qingyuan was also sent flying. There was a loud crash as she hit the cliff wall, and blood flowed from her mouth, staining her white clothes. The immortal was bleeding, which was truly astonishing. The destructive storm still raged, but then it gradually dissipated. Yi Futian stood there calmly like a god. The divine ape and his life spirit disappeared, and the staff had also been annihilated by the swords. But his deep black eyes were still firm as they stared at Xia Qingyuan. She was the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, the foremost talent of the upper worlds. She had 3,000 swords, and lotuses that gave birth to matter, and all he had was a stick. The imperial mausoleum trembled more fiercely. Xia Qingyuan shook as she stepped forward. She stood in front of Yi Futian, gazing at the one person of the same generation as her who had ever defeated her. Glass Saint and the great Zhou Sacred King watched this battle and trembled. Yi Futian had defeated the descendant of Renhuang, Xia Qingyuan, the proud daughter of heaven. Xia Qingyuan wiped the blood away from her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian, and there seemed to still be an unyielding arrogance in her beautiful eyes. "If we continue to fight, I still have tricks up my sleeve," she said. "You will lose. But since you managed to knock me back, I will not fight for the inheritance anymore." She had said that if Yi Futian could get it, he could take it. Of course, Yi Futian had not taken it himself but had given it to Huang Jioge and now stood blocking her way. But it was all the same. However, she was confident that if she used her trump card, Yi Futian would have no way to resist her. But she did not intend to do so. "Thank you very much, princess." Yi Futian smiled at Xia Qingyuan and said, "In all the time I've been cultivating, I've never encountered anyone at the same level as me who could fight with me to this extent. You are very strong, but if we must talk about tricks up our sleeves, you are not the only one who has them." Xia Qingyuan narrowed her eyes as she stared at him. This guy truly was extremely arrogant. Did he mean that she should be proud of having lost to him? Also, he said that he had a trick up his sleeve as well. Did he mean that if they kept fighting he could continue to defeat her? "I accidentally hurt you in the battle. I hope you won't hold it against me?" Yi Futian asked her. Xia Qingyuan regarded him coldly. Who did this bastard think he was? Did he think that just because he had knocked her back she wouldn't send someone to kill him? Why shouldn't she? "I did not originally mean to hold it against you, but after listening to you talk, I want to cut you now," said Xia Qingyuan coldly. "If you can hit me with your sword, I will die without complaints," he answered her with a smile. This shameless ruffian. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Glass Saint also wished she could stab Yi Futian. Not long ago, he had been flirting with her, and now he even dared to do so with the princess. Chapter 960. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics. Even before, there did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics. Even before, there did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. However, at this time, Yi Futian seemed to be even more arrogant. But still she did not seem to mind it. She used to think that Yi Futian's daring was unwarranted arrogance, but now Yi Futian had proven his strength that could even defeat her. Naturally, he had the right to be proud. This battle had demonstrated that Yi Futian's talent was hard to match among the upper and lower worlds. Even if she thought that she could still beat Yi Futian with her full strength, it did not mean that others could achieve it in the same situation. When such a person appeared in the land of 9 states, even if he was arrogant in speech, she could still tolerate it. Otherwise, what if any other useless person would dare to pull such a stunt in front of her? She would probably execute them with a wave of her hand. Of course, this did not mean that Xia Qingyuan, the precious princess, had a good impression of Yi Futian. She acknowledged the talent of Yi Futian, but it affirmed her feeling that Yi Futian was arrogant and unreasonable, disrespectful. "Princess, this guy is arrogant and disrespectful to the princess. I am willing to serve the princess." At this time, Great Zhou's sacred king stood up with a cold look. The eyes that regarded at Yi Futian were full of murder. At this moment, Huang Jioge was receiving the inheritance. The great hall madly trembled, causing the power of Ren Huang to disappear. He and the Glass Saint no longer felt that pressure, and their injuries started to recover considerably. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's talent was, he would surely die in the face of Saint Plain. Yi Futian frowned, and his eyes drifted to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was here, but there were also the rules of Emperor Xia. Great Zhou's sacred king had no way to take his revenge on him. But Great Zhou's sacred king actually thought of using Xia Qingyuan to get rid of him. As long as Xia Qingyuan gave her consent, the Great Zhou's sacred king would have no more concerns. Xia Qingyuan did not respond to the words of Great Zhou's sacred king, but merely cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan's eyes conveyed a faint sense of threat, and thought to himself that might this woman take this opportunity to deliberately exact revenge because she was beaten by him? "Sister Glass Saint, can you really bear to see Zhou Jiming to kill me?" Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Glass Saint. Glass Saint, who had also recovered some of her energy, was now looking at Yi Futian. In this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the murderous sense in those beautiful eyes, and he could not help but shuddered a little. "Sister Glass Saint, even if you don't care about what happened between us, if I die, who do you think will be Zhou Jiming's next target?" Yi Futian continued to transmit his voice. Glass Saint clenched the love destroyer in her hand even harder, strands of her hair flying in the air. How she wished she could slay this shameless hoodlum before the Great Zhou's sacred king. But she still got up, walked in front of Great Zhou's sacred king casually, her body releasing a coldness, with love destroyer in hand, blocking Zhou Jiming. Although she wanted nothing more than to end Yi Futian with her sword, she understood the current situation. If Yi Futian died, the Holy Ji Palace would fall apart, and the alliance of the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace would fall through. Once the Holy Ji Palace had been destroyed, who would be the next target for Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King? Great Zhou Sacred King had said before he already built the lapis lazuli holy temple within his palace, waiting for her to move in. No matter what a bastard Yi Futian was, it was also true that her plot against him in the first place had resulted in his deliberate retaliation, causing her and Great Zhou Sacred King to be grievously injured under the pressure of Renhuang. This grudge was not as deep as the sea of bloody debts between her and Great Zhou Sacred King. When Yi Futian saw what the glass saint did, he knew that she was, after all, a person of the saint plane. She would not wish him to die in the heat of the moment. After Zhou Jiming is dead, I swear I'll kill you with my sword. Glass Saint threatened Yi Futian in a voice cold as ice. Sister Glass Saint, we have already been intimate. You wouldn't really be so unfeeling, would you? Yi Futian responded with voice transmission. Had she tried to threaten him? Before, when the Glass Saint had used him, he remembered it in his heart. The Glass Saint bit down on her lips, her face was frosty and looked as if she could kill, but it gave her another kind of beauty. For the first beauty of Eastern State, no matter her expression, she would always be lovely to behold. She did not threaten Yi Futian again. At this moment, she clearly knew that this extraordinary man who had just defeated Xia Qingyuan was in fact a shameless bore. Xia Qingyuan clearly saw the actions of Glass Saint, but what she was not clear on was what had happened between the three of them. After all, she'd arrived later. Inheritance has been made known to the world, and all holy lands of the 9 states can go for it amongst themselves as they wish. However, the rules of the sacred war are still in effect. Violators will be executed. At this time, Xia Qingyuan said that coldly, which meant that the Great Zhou Sacred King's thoughts about killing Yi Futian could not be a reality. Besides, Xia Qingyuan had just acknowledged the fact that Huang Jioge was the recipient of the inheritance. 9 states could fight, but they still need to follow the rules of the sacred war. When Yi Futian heard Xia Qingyuan's authoritative words, he stole a look at her. He couldn't help but feel better about her when he looked at her. He thought that this little princess who preferred to dress like a man was actually quite pretty. Maybe he could consider her after all? He had just formed this thought when he felt a cold gaze, and it was none other than the eyes of Xia Qingyuan. He shuddered and gave up the idea, which could prove to be too dangerous. Xia Qingyuan obvious did not know the fleeting thought that had passed in Yi Futian's mind, otherwise she might really have let Great Zhou Sacred King end Yi Futian right then and there. She was only thinking that, with Yi Futian's strength as demonstrated in the battle with her, under the rules of sacred war, it would not be that easy to die. Whether one could hold on to the inheritance after receiving it would depend on one's own skills. The rule was set by her father, and naturally it was not her place to interfere. The inheritance of Emperor Xia appeared in the land of 9 states. If anyone else other than her had received the inheritance, it was probably not a good thing. Within the space of the mausoleum, brilliant blazing rays bloomed, causing the shaking stone wall inside the mausoleum to gradually crack, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. The Glass Saint and the Great Zhou Sacred King stood on the ground and could clearly feel the vibration of the earth. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan turned their attention to Huang Jioge. Because Yi Futian was plotting against the Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King, and also blocked Xia Qingyuan, no one was disturbing Huang Jioge, and this allowed him to quietly receive the power of Renhuang. At this time, Huang Jioge stood under the body of Renhuang, and that body seemed to have turned into illusory golden sands, slowly sifting into the body of Huang Jioge. Huang Jioge bathed in the endless glow of the setting sun, and as the body of Renhuang gradually disintegrated, the light upon his body became brighter and brighter. The 3 great life spirits were released at the same time and further washed. Even the Renhuang sword and the Renhuang bow were all blooming with unparalleled brilliance, gradually blending with the life spirit of Huang Jioge, and seemed to be integrated into one. Yi Futian saw this scene, secretly shocked. After today, Huang Jioge would be transformed. The ancestor of the sovereign family was the true Renhuang, and now the inheritance had been passed down to the descendants. It would transform and remake Huangjioge. Great Zhou's sacred king's heart was filled with even more murderous intent, while the glass saint felt something alarming in her heart. She had heard about the story when Jisheng Cliffs bullied the barren state. Now in only a few years' time, Yi Futian had led an army to wash Jisheng Cliffs in blood. In Yi Futian's generation, outstanding talents had risen one after another. In a few more years, what would things look like then? Xia Qingyuan thought different from what they were thinking. 9 states was governed by her father, so it didn't matter to her who was stronger or who was weaker. However, Yi Futian was willing to give the inheritance of Renhuang to Huangjioge, guarding in front of him. He had also gone to the 9th layer of heaven through the sky stairwell on account of Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace. Just what kind of a person was he? Did he not value the inheritance of Renhuang, or did he feel that it was not as valuable as friendship? At this time, outside the mausoleum, cultivators from the 9 states and the upper worlds were still here. When they saw cracks appearing on the stone wall of the mausoleum, they knew everything was soon to come to an end. The little princess, Xia Qingyuan, should have received the inheritance. Golden rays pierced through the mausoleum, and the light radiated toward the entire imperial mausoleum. In this instant, all the puppets turned into golden sands that flew away, and the matrix was constantly disintegrating. Above the firmament, the perilous aura that had blocked the void was gradually dissipating. At this moment, all the cultivators breathed deeply and felt a little intoxicated by the pure aura of heaven and earth. However, at this time, there were terrifying rules of the great path gathering above the firmament, and the void had changed its color and turned into a threat of catastrophe. Many showed a look of surprise for a moment. Was this the divine catastrophe? Just when the matrix had been breached, there was already someone who needed to pass the divine catastrophe. Who had attracted the divine catastrophe? Suddenly, there was a great laughter heard, and when the eyes of many turned that way, they saw that Huang Shi, who had already merged with the statue, said aloud, "I didn't expect that I would have a similar encounter as Dozhan, but it was a pity that Dozhan was far more fortunate than me. But that I could experience the divine catastrophe before I die, it was a life worth living." He understood that it was not his own power that had attracted the divine catastrophe, but it was because he had borrowed the glory of his ancestors and transformed his mind that he'd succeeded. Unfortunately, he had already burned through his spiritual will and could no longer live. Everyone had said that Princess Xia Qingyuan would receive the inheritance of Renhuang, but he still held out a sliver of hope that he could witness Jioge inherit the glory of their ancestor. Then he would have no more regrets in this life. Bang, bang, bang. Violent sounds were heard, the stone wall was shattered and pulverized, and statues were also crushed and broken. In an instant, countless people were looking in the direction of the mausoleum. Over yonder, the glass saint and the great Zhou sacred king stood opposite each other, as if the two were at an impasse. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan stood face to face. It seemed like Yi Futian had blocked the way of Xia Qingyuan. Further forward, a figure was bathed in endless brilliance, the light of Renhuang. That figure was in fact Huangjioge. At this moment, everyone's eyes were concentrated there. The one who received the inheritance of Renhuang was not the glass saint, not the great Zhou sacred king, nor Xia Qingyuan, whom they all thought as the most promising. Instead, it was Huangjioge of the Holy Ji Palace. Haha! There was sound of great laughs, and Huangjuk turned his eyes toward it and a figure that had blended into the stone wall. Tears were flowing down from his eyes. However, at this time, Huang Shi was also in tears, just as if the statue was crying. I, Huang Shi, had a perfect life. Huang Shi looked up at the divine catastrophe in the firmament, and seeing it descend, he said clearly, "Palace Lord, please take care of Jioge for me." In his last words, he did not call the name of Yi Futian, but referred to him as the Palace Lord. As his voice faded, the divine catastrophe came down, and Huang Shi, who had already burned up his spiritual will, could no longer resist it. The divine catastrophe landed, and in the land of the barren state, Huang Shi was no more. He left with smiles on his face. Chapter 961. Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? The statue was shattered under the divine catastrophe and turned to dust. Huang Shi, who had exhausted everything like an oil lamp run dry, integrated into the statue and could no longer bear the authority of the divine catastrophe. Just one blow and he had completely disappeared from the world. Only his voice was still reverberating. Take 9 states as a whole, and Huang Shi was really just a minor character, but it was he who blocked all the saints of the 9 states. His death made Huang Shi a memorable name in the 9 states. At this time, everyone from the barren state arrived. Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, Su Shang and the others stared at the disappearing shadow of Huang Shi, and they sighed in their hearts. In the past on the barren sky ranking, Huang Shi ranked 5th, Zhuge Qingfeng 6th, Dozhan 7th, Yu Qi 8th, and Su Shang 9th. Now, all of those old-timers had come together and cultivated in the Holy Ji Palace. Dozhan had already stepped into Saint Plain and fulfilled his dream, and now Huang Shi had finally ushered in his own divine catastrophe, but he had gone with it instead. They could feel that Huang Shi went very calmly, knowing that he was indeed a descendant of Renhuang and that his own descendant had received the inheritance of Renhuang and he had a chance to experience the divine path. It was true that he had no more regrets. Furthermore, as a sage he had prevented the saints from coming forwards and even seriously injured Saint Ji, who ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. It was also a notable record. From this day forward in Barren State the name of Huang Shi as the master of the Huang clan would surely resound throughout the Barren State. "Old man, be at peace," they said in their hearts. Looking at the direction of Yi Futian and Huang Jioge they felt gratified, but at the same time a touch of sadness. These young people had finally caught up with them, and would replace them soon, and old guys such as themselves may end up like Huang Shi. If there was such a day one day, would they leave this world as calmly as Huang Shi? The imperial mausoleum collapsed, the heavens and the earth returned its clarity, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shadows came out of the sky, and it was the saints who marched toward Huang Jioge. The cultivator who came with the princess was the first to be at her side, and his eyes glanced at Yi Futian coldly. They didn't know what had happened, but this guy had dared to confront the princess. Was it he who blocked the princess's way to receive the inheritance? As if he had not seen it, Huang Jioge came to the place where Huang Shi had disappeared. There was no more trace of Huang Shi. Yi Futian walked quietly next to him and said nothing. He felt the same pain in his heart. When the old man was at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the 3rd senior brother Gu Donglu was ascending the mountain and they had opposed the marriage between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Huang Shi had advocated for them. And after the war outside the palace, how he had moved the clan into the palace. All of these he had remembered in his mind. Now, that man whose name was known throughout the Barren State was now gone. "Elder uncle, I'm here. The Huang clan is also here," Yi Futian said silently in his heart. With Xia Qingyuan's words, no one from the upper and lower worlds could take away the inheritance that belonged to the Huang clan or the sovereign family. All the cultivators of 9 states wanted to move on it. However, Xia Qingyuan said nothing, so they dared not to make a move first. The inheritance of Renhuang should have belonged to Xia Qingyuan. So, until the princess expressed her position, they were in no place to contest for it. Saint Xia was also in the crowd. His eyes landed on Princess Xia Qingyuan. When he saw that she was watching Yi Futian, he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yi Futian. This bastard did not really, as rumor had it, battle with the princess outside the mausoleum to compete for the inheritance. To fight, one needed to be alive, just as one also needed to be alive in order to hold on to something. The dispute between the holy lands of 9 states will still follow the same rules set by my father. Xia Qingyuan's sight came back to her people and she said something to them. Suddenly, countless cultivators concentrated their sights as well. They had not known what had happened in the mausoleum. Did this mean that the princess had abandoned the inheritance? Moreover, what was her intention to remind everyone Emperor Xia's rules? Was she concerned that there would be blood flowing like rivers in the 9 states? Xia Qingyuan did not care about the thoughts of these people, and she did not need to care either. She looked at Li Yao and said, "Since the inheritance of Renhuang has already found an owner, it is time for you to go back." Li Yao smiled and said, "The princess is not very hospitable." I was thinking of traveling within the realm of Emperor Xia. He waved his hand toward his people and left, choosing not to get into the fray here. The imperial mausoleum was discovered by them, but they did not get what they came for. They had lost. Since they had lost, if they now wanted to seize the inheritance forcibly, Xia Qingyuan would probably not look upon it kindly. After all, this was still the territory of Emperor Xia. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to overrule Xia Qingyuan. "Let's go," Xia Qingyuan said, and took her leave with her people. Many from the upper worlds left with her, and a number of cultivators from Lihen Heaven cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. The little princess was really generous. She did not even care to fight for it. Soon, this space was left only with the cultivators from the 9 states. Because the imperial mausoleum had collapsed, many cultivators from the barren state in the distance had moved closer to this area. Looking at it, all cultivators of the 9 states had gathered here. The magnificent sight would likely not be repeated in this lifetime. Although Xia Qingyuan had left, the atmosphere of this space was even more oppressed. Although no one spoke, everyone could feel the subtlety in the air. The abandonment of Xia Qingyuan meant that the real chaos was yet to come. Holy lands of the 9 states could all now fight for it. For Yi Futian to attempt to keep the inheritance, everyone at the Holy Ji Palace might die without a burial place. Which holy land could withstand the anger of all the holy lands of the 9 states? Huang Shi had previously offended many people, and Huang Jioge actually wanted to be able to keep the inheritance? Great Zhou Sacred King, you missed? Saint Shihua looked at Zhou Jiming. The great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint were the first 2 people who entered the mausoleum, but in the end, the inheritance was obtained by Huang Jioge. Saint Shihu was rather puzzled. Great Zhou Sacred King revealed a strong murderous intent, his eyes sweeping toward Yi Futian. As for what happened in the mausoleum, he did not say, and for what Yi Futian did to the Glass Saint, he was too ashamed to tell. As for Yi Futian's defeat of Xia Qingyuan, he would not divulge, because 1, he was leery of Xia Qingyuan's position, and 2nd, he did not want the people of 9 states to know that Yi Futian was so outstanding. Because once they knew, inevitably some would want to start hedging their bets, much like the Yu clan. Now that Huang Jioge had received the inheritance, if Yi Futian wanted to keep it, then he was destined to be enemies with all of 9 states. No matter how strong he was, there was only death in his future. With Yi Futian's temperament, he would never surrender the inheritance. So, this would be a dead end, and he wanted to see just how would Yi Futian resolve this. The princess's words have already been made very clear. No matter how you fight, if the rules set by the Emperor Xia were not followed, don't complain when I discipline you. Saint Xia suddenly spoke and surprised everyone. This leader of the 9 states had always been a gentle old man, who did not fight for much of anything. He himself already stood at the top of 9 states. What was the meaning behind what he said? But at least it indicated that Saint Xia himself had given up the competition for the inheritance, which was a good thing. Blessings and disasters often depend on each other. Don't fight for it. Saint Li of the 9 State College said to those of the college. The disciples of the 9 State College all nodded and came next to Saint Li to observe the scene unfolding. The inheritance of Renhuang, no matter who took possession of it, would be too hot to handle. Since the 2 topmost figures in 9 states had withdrawn, among the people present, Saint Ji was the strongest. Saint Ji suffered serious injury previously to Huang Shi. He couldn't take it out on Huang Shi now, so for sure Saint Ji would not let Huang Jioge off the hook. What was more, he had not avenged the death of GMO with the people of Holy Ji Palace. At this time, Saint Ji stood in the void, his eyes looked around at the crowd, and pointed to Huang Jioge, saying, "There is only one of him, how would you fight for it?" Saint Ji spoke as if he did not regard Huang Jioge as a person, but an item who deserved this because he had received the inheritance of Renhuang. Everyone understood what Saint Ji was saying. Even someone as strong as Saint Ji dared not say that he would directly swallow Huang Jioge. No principality here could afford to make enemies with the forces of the 9 states. The instant when Xia Qingyuan gave it up, it was destined to be a complicated situation. "What advice does Saint Ji have?" said the clan chief of the Yi clan, not caring at all about his position, and of course caring even less how the people of the Holy Ji Palace in barren state would view him. Right now, in this situation, how many from the Holy Ji Palace could leave alive? Even if Yi Futian surrendered Huang Jioge, Saint Ji would not so easily let go of the power that killed GMO. With the tendency of the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light to protect the bully, and with sworn enemies such as Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, how could the Holy Ji Palace survive? And should they fasten their hopes on the Yu clan, who was also of the Summer State? Under such circumstances, it was difficult to say if the Yu clan had the courage to intervene. Or, with the temptation of the inheritance of Renhuang, could the Yu clan not be seduced themselves? Those holy lands that are interested to fight for it, send one man in. Whoever killed him may claim him. How is that? Saint Ji pointed to Huang Jioge and continued, using Huang Jioge's life as a bet. Whosoever killed Huang Jioge may claim his dead body. He has the inheritance of Renhuang. Saint Ji would really be willing to kill him? The clan chief of Yi clan asked casually. Many agreed that at the moment, they were somewhat reluctant to kill Huang Jioge because they wanted him alive. Then how about him? Saint Ji changed the direction of his finger slowly and it landed in the direction of Yi Futian. The one who killed Yi Futian would get Huang Jioge. Everyone from the Holy Lands were silent, considering whether it was any merit in what Saint Ji had just said. First of all, this rule favored Saint Ji. Everyone knew Jia, who ranked second on the sage list, was present here. If all the cultivators of Holy Lands were to make a move at the same time, it would be easiest for Jia to kill Yi Futian. What was more, even if someone was really about to get rid of Yi Futian, would other Holy Lands really be willing to give up Huang Jioge? In this game, Yi Futian and his people were in the center of the vortex, but everyone also had a stake in it. At this time, below in the crowd, Yi Futian looked up calmly at Saint Ji who was floating in the void. Just exactly what did Saint Ji think he and Huang Jioge would do? Merely be pawns of their bets? He wanted to see, today, who could come and take the inheritance. Chapter 962. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I'm not taking the lineage and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Jioge, a descendant of Renhuang having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I'm not taking the lineage and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Jioge, a descendant of Renhuang having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins. All the others wore peculiar expressions hearing Yi Futian's words. While Xia Qingyan had indeed been generous enough not to take the lineage, yet Yi Futian was not a saint despite being immensely talented, and he had dared to tell the top-notch figures of the 9 states to call it a day as a sage. No one cares. Saint Shihua snickered sarcastically and the sacred king was in no hurry as well. While he had personally witnessed how peerless Yi Futian's powers truly were, but that mattered little as over half of mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from all holy lands throughout the 9 states gathered there, and all of them held divine implements. While Yi Futian was indeed peerless below the saint plane, but if he intended to protect Huang Jioge's lineage, none there would have let him walked out alive. Saint Ji took a plain look at Yi Futian and paid him no heed. From his perspective, Yi Futian and the ones from the barren state were all dead people. He would have seen to it that the Holy Ji Palace perished to avenge Jimong. You're not making sense, Palace Lord Yi. The ruins belong to anyone capable enough of taking it, and the place shall belong to the one who would take it first. Wouldn't it be easier if we just see who shall be the one who take it first before everyone else? Why do we need to fight about this? The current Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, the Ocean Saint said. Yi Futian took a look at him and saw the saints from the 3 major holy lands from the endless ocean stood together. They would have probably reached a consensus telepathically earlier. While the three holy lands from the endless ocean were not exactly at friendly terms with each other and they tried to one-up each other all the time, but none of that prevented them from allying with each other at the moment. It would have been splendid for them to just take Huang Jioge and decide what to do with him after returning to the endless ocean. Fighting among themselves internally was deemed a better option than fighting the holy lands from all over the 9 states after all. I agree to St. G's suggestion, the Nether Saint from the North Deep said plainly. The 3 holy lands from the Ocean State had no edge over those from the Summer State, Qi State, and War State. If they were to simply fight in a free-for-all manner, the holy lands from the Ocean State had a slim chance of coming out on top. If they were to ally with each other per St. G's rules, then they would have still stood a chance. The lineage of Renhuang was very tempting after all. Both the upper and lower worlds of Emperor Xia's realm had only one master, Emperor Xia. The sight one would have been able to see at Renhuang Plain was a dream shared by all saints, and none dared claim themselves to be totally uninterested. Huang Jioge was but a sage and a common student in the Holy Ji Palace, and none there deemed him fit to take the Renhuang lineage. While they would have called Yi Futian's demise a waste, but they would have not minded much. If Yi Futian were to take such a route, then he shall simply die for it. Very well. St. G nodded. With that said, that's how it shall go then, the clan leader of the Yi clan said in agreement to St. G's opinion. Kill Yi Futian and take Huang Jioge. The saints from all other holy lands said nothing, but their eyes were all on Yi Futian and they all had their own agendas. Many sages stepped out at that moment and sealed the space off completely. Escape was no longer an option for those from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. It was a scene that the people from the Barren State found harrowing, and they gathered around Yi Futian, looking at the mighty ones from all over the 9 states in the sky with determined eyes. They had never expected that there would have been a day where they would make enemies out of everyone else in the 9 states. All of them were wondering if they would have simply perished that day. Yi Futian looked up at the people from other holy lands in the sky and he smirked all of a sudden. Becoming enemies of the entire 9 states, eh? The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean, the Yi clan and St. Ji had all made their stand. It was apparent that they deemed Yi Futian little more than a dead man by then, having no qualms of offending him. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has had to deal with the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Jisheng Cliffs, and now more were added to the list of their enemies. Such was the temptation of Renhuang's lineage. If Xia Qingyuan had not relinquished, no one would have dared to fight against her. Lineages might have been important, but their lives more so. But since Xia Qingyuan had given up on it, they saw it fit to fight instead. Treasures had ways of messing with the minds of people, and the saints were no exceptions. Students of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, fight alongside me, Yi Futian said. His voice sounded calm yet very solemn. All of those from the Holy Ji Palace stood behind him without making a sound. It was a sight that impressed many. The unity of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was fearsome like no other. They knew they would have died fighting and they still chose to fight. In the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, they saw no other choice but to fight at the moment. While their actions were commendable, the others at the other side deemed that they must die nonetheless. The others from holy lands all over the 9 states did not sympathize with them just because they were commendable. The spectators of the battles from Zhongzhou City from afar were thoroughly impressed. So that's how determined the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of our Barren State truly is then. Since the day the young man took charge of the Holy Ji Palace, that holy land of the Barren State became firm and unyielding, so much so that they were willing to take on the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and massacred the Jisheng Cliffs. Even at the moment when they came to make enemies out of the 9 states, they did not flinch. Some of the top forces like the Shiman clan looked from afar and feared that the battle might have simply brought an end to the Barren State. That kid has to go this far, Saint Xia cursed beneath his breath. So he's going to do it even though he knows that he stands no chance then? While Yi Futian had went all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven, but things at present were far more dire than it had been at the 9th layer of heaven. That bastard sure doesn't know where he stands. However, the unyielding determination displayed impressed him nonetheless. The young is truly fearsome. Jiang Yuechan came to the side of the glass saint in another corner. It was an ending that she had never expected would have happened. If Yi Futian were to perish there, it would have been the end of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Madam, why is he able to get the lineage? Jiang Yuechan asked the glass saint telepathically, feeling rather vexed. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian and felt complicated. Would Yi Futian be able to kill his way out of this? He defeated Xiaqing Yuan. The glass saint continued to reply Jiang Yuechan telepathically. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had just made enemies out of the entire 9 states, no one would have been able to stop him from leaving. Jiang Yuechan shuddered. Is Yi Futian really that powerful? If such a person were to become a saint, he would have struck fear into the minds of the Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua. Jiang Yuechan's eyes flashed with determination. There was still hope for miracles. It made sense that they chose to stand their ground and fight. Jiang Yuechan stepped out looking determined. Yuechan, the glass saint called as she saw the girl walking out. Madam, saints are forbidden from fighting. There is still a chance. Jiang Yuechan continued to step forward and said to the moon saint telepathically, Saint Yu, I'm the one who killed the people of Yu clan. The moon saint was unable to help but look down at Jiang Yuechan, but there was hardly any surprise found in his eyes. The glass saint fell out with the Zhou Sacred King right after they entered the imperial mausoleum. He came to realize that something was going on. As such, he did not interfere when Saint Shihua and the Zhou Sacred King allied themselves against the glass saint. He felt rather peculiar as to why Jiang Yuechan owned up to that. Do you know why the princess had been able to let Huang Jioge take the lineage right before the princess, Senior Moon Saint? Jiang Yuechan continued to speak to him telepathically. The Moon Saint felt peculiar as well. Having 2 saints and Xiaqing Yuan around meant that Yi Futian's chance of getting it being the smallest. Yet, the lineage of Renhuang was taken by Huang Jioge nonetheless. Yi Futian had defeated the princess. Jiang Yuechan continued telepathically, not only that, it was thanks to Yi Futian taking on the sky stairwell that Yi Wuchen had been able to come back alive. He tore through the entire Jiutian temple at the upper worlds and made short work of the geniuses up there, taking back Yi Wuchen alive. Didn't you find it odd that Saint Xia, the princess and those from the upper worlds were treating Yi Futian in a rather peculiar manner? The Moon Saint's eyes became pointed. Jiang Yuechan's words were able to make sense of many things and everything seemed clear by then. Saint Xia seemed to have been helping Yi Futian one way or another inconspicuously. The princess' attitude towards Yi Futian seemed rather peculiar as well, claiming that there was nothing Yi Futian dared not do. The Yu clan had wanted to form a marriage alliance with Yi Futian almost exclusively due to his potential. With the barren state facing enemies from all sides from the 9 states at present, if the Yu clan is able to provide assistance, it would be a far better option than a marriage alliance. Jiang Yuechan continued, further, despite things looking grim for the barren state at the moment, it is clear that Saint Xia admired Yi Futian immensely and Saintly of the 9-state college had some relations with him as well. Yi Futian had visited the college several times and had a rather peculiar relationship with Saint Jiang. Furthermore, the Lord of the Vajra region taught Yu Sheng personally as well. If you're to making your stand here, Senior Moon Saint, and the lapis lazuli holy temple backing him up, things would actually look less severe than they seem at the moment. I believe many holy lands are simply sitting on the fence at the moment. What has all of that have to do with you then? The Moon Saint finally spoke and replied coldly. Since Jiang Yuechan had killed people from the Yu clan, there was hardly any way he would have left her alive. I've been staying at Zhongzhou City after Jisheng Cliffs was wiped out. The assassination attempt was something that I've planned and it had nothing to do with the Glass Saint. You should be able to realize that I was unable to wait for the Glass Saint's orders given how things were moving so fast, and I did not expect mighty ones from the Yu clan would have visited the Holy Ji Palace. As such, there is no need for you to be angry at the Glass Saint. She would stand alongside you and the side of the Holy Ji Palace, as that is the trend of things at present. Jiang Yuechan continued to speak to the Moon Saint telepathically when she reached the side where Yi Futian and the others stood. Shen then said, "That is all that I've to say and I believe you'd have your thoughts about it all, Senior. Yi Futian might die here today, but if he were to survive today, it would have been anyone's guess, How far someone who had been willing to relinquish his right to fight for Renhuang's lineage and defeated Xia Qingyuan, who was thought to be more talent than Emperor Xia, would be able to go. I dare not think, and I probably wouldn't get to see it anyway. I'm willing to offer my life for make up for the deaths of the Yu clan's people. I would not be walking out of here alive. The truth of that assassination shall never be known. The world shall remember that when Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State made enemies out of the 9 states, you, the Moon Saint, stood by him through thick and thin. As for me, Jiang Yuechan, is a nobody and no one would have even remembered my death. I do not have the luxury of being remembered anyway. After Jiang Yuechan was done with her telepathic conversation, she turned her eyes at all in the air and said with a brimming voice, "The lineage has found its master and there is no need to fight any further for it. You're all saints of the 9 states nonetheless, and it is rather despicable seeing how you bully the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I've long admired Palace Lord Ye's bearing, and I shall stand by the Holy Ji Palace." The mighty ones in the air looked at Jiang Yuechan with peculiar eyes, finding it baffling that Jiang Yuechan was walking to her death just like that. But then again, they deemed such an incident unworthy of further thought. Since she had a death wish, then they shall oblige her. Chapter 963. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Yi Futian, who was about to do battle, looked at her feeling rather surprised. Jiang Yuechan admires me? Both of them hardly talked to each other, and he was not arrogant enough to think that a beautiful woman who was ranked on the sage ranking would have loved him so much that she was willing to die for him. That would have sounded too far-fetched. Furthermore, he knew that Jiang Yuechan had her reasons for killing the ones from the Yu clan, and she had probably been doing it for the Glass Saint. He was able to sense the air of a martyr from Jiang Yuechan. He and the people of the Yu clan had investigated the deaths of those mighty ones from the Yu clan, sensing a sliver of aura left behind. The Yu clan probably was able to see something from how the Glass Saint had turned on the Zhou Sacred King after entering the Imperial Mausoleum. If things were indeed like that, Jiang Yuechan was indeed having a death wish. None of those in the air paid any heed to Jiang Yuechan's words. Her status as one ranked in the sage ranking remained unimportant in front of the saints. Furthermore, what was at hand involved acquiring the lineage of Renhuang, and they would have cared nothing about Jiang Yuechan's wish. Jia walked out first before everyone else and took a cold at Jiang Yuechan below. Nothing wrong with adding one more to the list. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace had driven a wedge in his plans using the power of demonization, and GMO was killed right before his eyes. He was determined to not let a single one from the Holy Ji Palace leave the place alive. If Jiang Yuechan wanted to fight alongside the Holy Ji Palace, then she shall simply die together with them. "Get back here," the Glass Saint said coldly. She knew without a doubt that everything Jiang Yuechan had been doing was for her sake. They had been supporting each other while shouldering the vengeance of their clan being obliterated and came all the way to where they were at present. While Jiang Yuechan's talents were not exceptional, but she had nonetheless made it all the way to become a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking with indomitable belief and will. There was no way the Glass Saint would have simply let Jiang Yuechan send herself to death's door like that. "Madam, I apologize for being unable to take your orders this once." Jiang Yuechan replied the Glass Saint telepathically. "If Yi Futian is able to leave this place alive today, you can further the relations with Yi Futian. Please take good care of yourself after I'm gone. I shall serve you again in the next life." She took a look at the Moon Saint's direction after she was done talking and took one step towards him. She knew that she had to die one way or another. A life for a life. She owned up to her actions and knew that day would have came when she acted against those mighty ones from the Yu clan. However, she had no regrets. The truth paled in comparison to getting the Yu clan to side with Yi Futian. No one would have cared about the truth when she died. Yi Futian did not get in Jiang Yuechan's way. It was her own choice. Her fate was sealed when she decided to assassinate the Yu clan's people. Even if there was not such a scuffle taking place at present, there was no way the mighty ones of the Yu clan would have spared her. "Kill her," St. Ji said plainly without any sign of emotion. Seeing how Jiang Yuechan continued walking, several mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking made their move. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs moved. His divine elephant brought immense pressure to their surroundings. Jiang Yuechan shuddered, but remained staying in the air and continued moving. Zhong Kuei of the Shihua sacred mountain walked. Sounds of the bell rang in their surroundings and Jiang Yuechan's speed slowed. Li Daoqiu extended his arm and grabbed at the air, seemingly about to freeze the space. Jiang Yuechan's speed got increasingly slow. Two beams of light flashed. Jia and Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light acted at the same time. The swords of holy light flashed in their hands and they drew a dazzling arc. Jiang Yuechan's body was pierced and blinding light emerged from her body. She was torn to blinding shreds at the very next moment, reduced to nothing right there and then. 5 mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking attacked her at the same time, and one of them had been Jia, ranked 2nd, and Kong Yao, ranked 9th. There was simply no way Jiang Yuechan would have been able to stand against such attacks. Furthermore, she had a death wish to begin with and never intended to come out alive. Many throughout the 9 states had no idea why Jiang Yuechan wanted to die, but the glass saint was not one of them. A streak of tears rolled from her eyes, a sight that would have broken the hearts of many. While she was trained in the ways of cutting off emotions, there was no way she would have been able to rid herself of all emotions nonetheless. The woman who had been following her and calling her madam since young left her for good right there and then, and that woman died for her. She recalled her younger days when a servant girl stood behind her and helped her with makeup, looking at the mirror saying, "Madam, your looks is such that even I as a girl would have fallen for you. I wonder who would be the lucky man to become your husband. He would definitely be the happiest man in the world." Jiang Yuechan was unable to see that day realized. She only saw her master being betrayed and sold out by the man who was to be her master's husband. Her clan obliterated and she lived a hard life ever since. The glass saint put all her time and effort into her training in order to avenge her clan's destruction, and Jiang Yuechan herself became a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking. Beautiful women were doombringers, and she was indeed a doombringer. Her clan was killed because of her and she ended her fiancé's family personally. She had even brought doom to her teacher and at present, to Yuechun. It was something that would have probably ended only when she died. However, it was not her time to die yet, because Zhou Jiming still lived. Despite telling Yuechun to return to her, but she knew without doubt that there was no way Yuechun would have been able to come out of this alive. As such, she never tried to earnestly get in the Jiang Yuechun's way, making a pathetic and selfish woman. She did not wipe her tears, and whatever tears she shed quickly dried. She did not shed any further tears and simply looked at Jia, Kong Yao, Zhong Kuei and the others. Those people were backed by Saint Ji, and Saint Shihua. At present, she seemed to have cared for more than just taking her revenge against Zhou Jiming. Yi Futian took a look at the glass saint's direction and saw the streak of tears at the corner of her eyes, looking deplorable yet beautiful. The glass saint seemed to look even more despaired than when she was bullied, a despair that was utterly silent. She probably knew that there was no way she would have been able to keep Yuechun alive. He sighed deep down and her resentment towards both the glass saint and Jiang Yuechun reduced somewhat. Every single person had something they treasure more than anything else. While Jiang Yuechun's methods were rather despicable, she nonetheless ended up atoning with her life. He was able to relate to how the glass saint was feeling at the moment. The current predicament with the Holy Ji Palace looked just as despair-inducing. They have just made enemies with the 9 states and their chance of emerging in one piece was slim. However, all who stood by him were willing to fight to the death by his side. They, like Jiang Yuechun, had their own beliefs which they had to see through. He would have never let himself ended up like the glass saint, who had been unable to protect her own. It was fine to make enemies out of the 9 states. If the people of the 9 states were out to take the lives of the students of the Holy Ji Palace, then he shall slaughter his enemies until a river of blood flowed. Yi Futian gradually took to the air. Countless eyes were fixed on Yi Futian at that moment, seemingly having forgotten about Jiang Yuechun's death. Jiang Yuechun remained insignificant. While she was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, but that status meant nothing in the predicament they found themselves in. How she died and her reason of death were things that no one cared about. Everyone cared only about one thing at the moment: who shall be the one to take Renhuang's lineage? Many mighty ones from holy lands made a move as they saw Yi Futian rose to the air. Jia held the sword of holy light in his hand as he wreaked murderous intent. Kong Yao stood in the air like a god, looking down at Yi Futian. The two top mighty ones on the sage ranking from Shihua Sacred Mountain were incredibly cold, and their killing intent just as strong. Zhou Huang and Zhou Mian of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty moved. A will of heat spread throughout their surroundings as they launched themselves at Yi Futian. Mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from the three holy lands from the endless ocean made a move, locking down the space. Mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as they carried bows and arrows in their hands, pointed at Yi Futian and emanating killing light. The actions taken by all those mighty ones alone were more than enough to end the holy Ji palace of the barren state right there and then. With everyone in the 9 states becoming enemies, it was a luxury for anyone below St. Plain hoping to emerge out of it all alive. Tremendous pressure was cast on Yi Futian and a terrifying gale whipped out. Someone dressed in white garb billowed and the air became filled with murderous intent. The people of the Holy Ji Palace behind Yi Futian mobilized and every single one of them unleashed their own powers, ready to fight to the death. The air was silent, save for the cold wind blowing. It was a stifling scene. Many from the Zhongzhou city far away had their eyes locked onto the battlefield, while sighing deep down. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to perish at last on this day? If Yi Futian were to perish, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer the Holy Ji Palace even if the organization and place were to remain intact. The one to kill me shall acquire the lineage? Yi Futian lifted his head and scanned the mighty ones in the air. He stepped out and faced the mighty ones from the 9 states alone. He extended his hand and dazzling light emerged. A ritual implement appeared on Yi Futian's palm. It was a halberd, shining with a golden glimmer that made it seem like it was made of pure gold, emanating brilliant sparkle. Terrifying power of space ebbed on the weapon. It was the might of the saints. It became clear that the weapon he held was a divine implement. Many from the Holy Lands did not catch on. It was hardly surprising that Yi Futian came to possess a divine implement. However, the saints from the 3 Holy Lands at the endless ocean froze at the sight of the weapon, locking their gaze on the halberd and nothing else. The Ocean Saint, Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, stepped forward with wide-opened eyes and said coldly, "The halberd of space and time." The saints from all over the 9 states wore peculiar looks. Is that really the weapon that ranked 3rd on the divine implements ranking, the halberd of space and time, nothingness? Saints from the endless ocean claimed not long ago that the lost ruins were broken and the halberd of space and time disappeared. The one who had taken the weapon was Zhuoying, a divine beast. Yet at present, the weapon appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The saints of the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs wore similarly cold expressions as they glared at Yi Futian. So this is to say that you're the one who killed the people of the 3 major holy lands of the Ocean State, and the one who took the halberd of space and time that belonged to the Ocean Palace then? The Ocean Saint said as power of the saints emanated from him. Yi Futian held his right hand up and pointed at the Ocean Saint. Lineages of ruins shall belong to those who are able to take it. I believe those are your words. Have you forgotten them already? It hardly mattered if he had killed the people from the 3 holy lands, and him taking out the halberd of space and time was just as irrelevant. If the 9 states were to become his enemies, then so be it. Brilliant, Saint Ji said. He did not expect to not only find the Renhuang lineage on that day, but also the halberd of space and time, nothingness, which was ranked 3rd on the divine implements ranking, appeared as well. Things turned out to be very nice. The 2 divine implements ranked 1st and 2nd were probably still in the hands of their masters, the top 2 on the saint ranking. They were nowhere to be found. With the 3rd divine implement appearing and both Saint Xia and Saint Li not fighting over it, then it would have belonged to him. Brilliant indeed. Yi Futian took a look at Saint Ji and said coldly, while pointing the weapon at him, "If there is anyone from any holy land were to kill even a single person from the Holy Ji Palace, and if I were to emerge alive, I would make sure that said holy land would have no one else remaining but their saints." Chapter 964. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space, and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space, and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. They were unable to fathom how someone who was about to die was able to be so unrestrained with his words. Not going to die? How is Yi Futian not going to die facing off so many from the other states? Yi Futian took one step in the air, walking out to see who dare stands in his way. The ones from the barren states stepped out together with Yi Futian. All of them brought their auras to bear. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 took their stations forming the matrix. Huang Jioga emanated with dazzling light. His life spirit burst from behind him, the Renhuang Bao, a weapon which corresponded to Renhuang-level ritual implements. The aura emanating from the Renhuang Bao was not any weaker compared to the halberd of time and space. In that very instant, the saint's greed grew. That was a Renhuang-level ritual implement after all. The Renhuang Bao pointed to the air, and the aura bursting from Huang Jioga grew extremely intense. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He stepped out in the air and had full intentions to leave the place just like that. Anyone who dared to stand in their way shall be cut down. A raging pressure fell from above. Kong Yao, a sage ranked 9th of the sage and saint rankings, stood in the air. He was surrounded by divine elephants out to trample everything in their path, as he glared at Yi Futian and the others. "You intend to leave? Let's see where you'd end up in then." An extremely raging aura burst from Yi Futian, and golden sparkling light burst. The rock appeared, and a pair of wings were seen on his back. The 7-star acupoints were all opened, and beams of light pierced through his body. The world tree within his life palace shook, and the spiritual qi around him seemed to be resonating with his body. In that very instant, Yi Futian felt as if his will was everywhere. Jia and Ji Mu held their swords of holy light, while the elders of the Yi clan held their longbows. The ones who had killed Jiang Yuechan earlier brought their immense might to bear. As Jiang Yuechan, a sage who ranked of the sage ranking, was unable to withstand one blow from them, they intended to see how long Yi Futian would have lasted against them. Yi Futian made a move and shot out like a streak of lightning. He held tight to the halberd in his hand, and terrifying space-tearing rule power appeared around him. All forms of might and pressure were torn away by his body itself as he carved a path in their midst, like a golden lightning bolt headed straight for one direction. It was where Zhou Huang, the crown prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, stood. Kong Yao took a step on the air and brought the might of his divine elephant rule power down onto his enemies. However, Yi Futian did not seem to be all that fettered. A golden, sparkling ancient path appeared in the air. Zhou Huang's expression was ice-cold. Yi Futian had taken him using the power of the matrix, and that remained to be the greatest insult suffered in his life. And at that moment, Yi Futian chose to attack him first. He fully intended to see how Yi Futian, someone who had just become an archmage, would have been able to deal with him. The golden phoenix sword shimmered with dazzling light in his hand, and an extremely dazzling golden phoenix appeared above him. Its wings flapped, and a tornado was formed, as he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and headed straight for Yi Futian. "Zhou Huang, do not fight him head-on." The Zhou sacred king had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan, and he naturally knew how powerful Yi Futian was. As such, he reminded Zhou Huang telepathically, and he sounded extraordinarily serious with his advice. Zhou Huang did not stop doing what he did even after hearing his father's voice. "Even father thought that I'd lose to Yi Futian then?" An even more brilliant light burst as Zhou Huang moved forward fearlessly. The shadow of the phoenix blocked out the sky, and a huge golden phoenix sword appeared in the air, emanating towering beams of light, seemingly out to tear the space apart as it moved straight for Yi Futian. No other mighty ones helped Zhou Huang out. All of them wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian's combat prowess would have gotten, with that halberd of space and time in his hand. And Zhou Huang served as a convenient guinea pig. The light of the giant sword cleaved through the air towards Yi Futian. However, he did not budge and had simply let the blade come down onto him. He had only Zhou Huang in mind at the moment and nothing else. Two dazzling silhouettes clashed with each other in breakneck speed. Yi Futian lashed out with the halberd of time and space as they neared each other. A black hole seemed to have appeared in the space before the weapon, tearing everything before it apart. The light of the giant sword was disintegrated right there and then as it was cleaved in the middle. The thrust of the halberd tore on the golden phoenix sword and the sword aura was torn to shreds in an instant. A huge force went straight for Zhou Huang's arm. The halberd of time and space grazed through the sword and kept moving forward. Time seemed to have grinded to a halt at that very moment. Zhou Huang's expression finally changed. The storm that tore through everything before it seemed to be the most terrifying vortex to have existed in the world, capable of devouring everything in existence, including his life. He intended to retreat, but found his movements getting extraordinarily sluggish, so much so that even his thoughts seemed to have stopped altogether. PFFD. A crisp sound was heard and Zhou Huang stopped thinking altogether. The halberd went through his throat right there and then. Zhou Huang's mind screamed in a frenzy. His appearance turned increasingly ethereal and under the gaze of countless, his brain exploded to bits and reduced to nothing. The space around them seemed to have stopped and turned completely silent. Many even stopped thinking altogether. The eldest son of the Zhou sacred king, a sage ranked on the sage ranking, was killed with a single thrust from the halberd. Such was the prowess of Yi Futian, who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states. The ones from the barren state looked at that figure clad in white while their minds trembled. That figure was none other than their palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. There had been rumors throughout the 9 states saying that Yi Futian lost to Lu Zong of the Xihua Sacred Mountain and ran. However, at that very day, Yi Futian faced off against the mighty ones of the other states and it took him one thrust with the halberd to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings, Zhou Huang. None other in the 9 states could have claimed to be peerless. None other in the 9 states, but Yi Futian of the barren state. At that very moment, everyone recalled the weight of his words back then. If Yi Futian were to come out alive, any from a holy land who dared to kill even one person of the Holy Ji Palace, he would have then rendered said holy land to have no one but their saints remaining. The sacred king flashed and caught Zhou Huang's dropping body. A vast killing intent emanated from him, pointed specifically at Yi Futian. Zhou's sacred king, Saint Xia said plainly while sounding rather cold, seemingly to remind the sacred king to not forget the rules. The sacred king rescinded his aura and turned to look at Zhou Huang who had lost a head. The sacred king felt his heart bleeding. He knew that Zhou Huang would not have been a match to Yi Futian, but he had never expected things to turn out like that. One thrust was all it took to kill his son, Zhou Huang. That insignificant ant of a member of the younger generation that he had once underestimated, had not only waged a sacred war against him, but had also, at the moment, ended up killing his heir. Yi Futian did not look at the sacred king. He took the golden phoenix sword and put it away. He looked up and pointed the halberd in his hand at the mighty ones of the other states, saying plainly, "Who dares to fight me?" His hair billowed in the air and many from the barren state who had watched that battle, felt their eyes reddened and about to shed tears. Such was the bearing of the one who claimed to be truly unparalleled. The figure who pointed with his halberd, asking the ones from the other states, "Who dares to fight him?" It would not have mattered if they had enemies all over the 9 states, if none dare fight them. Kill one from the Holy Ji Palace, and I shall have reduced his place to have no one but the saints remaining. All from the other states, including even the saints, were shocked by that one thrust of his. One thrust was all it took to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, and that one thrust came from a sage who had just broke into Archmage Plane. Would anyone throughout the 9 states be able to hold him back? Saint Xia looked at that youth clad in the white in the air. Any who dared to refuse the princess would have definitely had what it took to behave so arrogantly, and Yi Futian was more than qualified to do so. It was no wonder that the princess had instructed Saint Xia telepathically to have him keep a close eye on the ones from the other holy lands, to prevent any from breaking the rules. The princess indeed came to believe that Yi Futian would have been able to kill his way out of the barricade. If even the princess thought so, then what actually happened in that tomb? Did Yi Futian fight the princess in there? Is that considered a test to Yi Futian by the princess? If Yi Futian is truly able to come out alive, his future would have lied beyond the 9 states. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu, two mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking from the Xihua sacred mountain. Why are you two waiting for? Do you want him to take you both out one by one? Saint Xihua shouted as he caught Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian had been able to kill Zhou Huang with one strike because everyone else had apparently wanted to see how capable Yi Futian would have became, and Zhou Huang died for it. Move, Kong Yao said coldly, and he stepped out as soon as he finished. The divine elephants trampled as he headed for Yi Futian. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Yi Futian. The young sage would not have minded if many others did not end up fighting him. But his feud with Kong Yao went a long way back, and they were nothing short of archenemies. Zhong Kuei burst with his life spirit, an ancient bell. The sound of the bell rang and the air around it shook. Everyone within earshot felt their spiritual will about to collapse. At the same time, Li Daoqiu grabbed the air with his hand, and Yi Futian felt as if he was about to be petrified by huge rocks around him, as terrifying gravity closed in on him. Zhou Mian burst with dazzling golden phoenix wings, cleaving through the air as he headed for Yi Futian. Boundless light emanated from above Jia. A huge light of a giant sword appeared above him, capable of cleaving the sky apart. Sages ranked on the sage ranking, including even Jia, who ranked second, joined hands with the others without question, in order to kill just one sage. Yi Futian was probably the only one throughout the 9 states who received such treatment. At the same time, a group of figures stepped out and came behind Yi Futian. Their life spirits burst and power of rules coursed throughout the bodies. The sealing rules. Boundless light of sealing fell from above like screens of light, materializing as sealing barrier around him. Extremely powerful attacks hit the barrier and were stopped dead in their tracks entirely. Many were shocked at that scene. The mighty ones of the Yu clan had sided with Yi Futian. The situation at present said that Yi Futian would have made enemies throughout the 9 states, and it absolutely was not wise for the Yu clan to take his side at the moment. The glass saint understood what that meant. It was a turn of events that Yuechan had exchanged for with her life, the possibility of Yi Futian emerging alive. The Yu clan finally gotten themselves completely involved after her death, declaring their support for Yi Futian. It was then to see if there were any from the other Holy Lands deciding to make a move, and if any dared to move against Yi Futian. Many Holy Lands did not take a stand prior and thus were afforded different options. If Yi Futian would have definitely ended up dead that day, none of those other Holy Lands would have gone easy on him. Chapter 965. Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the Moon Saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this?" Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the Moon Saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this? All of you are figures standing at the pinnacle of the 9 states, and I find it rather despicable for you all to bully a member of the younger generation like that. With the lineage of Renhuang taken by the Holy Ji Palace and the princess acknowledging their possession, I'd say you shall issue a formal challenge and fight for it in an honorable manner." The Moon Saint then scanned the crowd and said, "What the hell is with you all from Holy Lands, ranked on the sage ranking, ganging up on them?" Saint Ji continued glaring at him with cold eyes. Everyone coveted the Renhuang lineage, and no one saw anything wrong with ganging up like that. He was wondering if the Moon Saint intended to take everything for himself standing out like that, or that the Moon Saint saw potential in Yi Futian. That extraordinary thrust with the halberd earlier had indeed been attractive enough to have Holy Lands side with Yi Futian. If you people of the Yu clan wanted to die so badly, then we shall simply oblige, Saint Ji said coldly. Ji Ya's sword shot forth as soon as he finished. The giant sword of light came down like a mountain, splitting the air in two and crashed onto the screen of light, shattering it. Kong Yao and the others did not go easy. With the fight already in full swing, there was simply no reason to hold back. If the Yu clan insisted on getting in their way, then they were to simply be dealt with. Boom! Dazzling light burst and arrows were seen penetrating the space, heading straight for Yi Futian at impeccable speed. The space seemed as if they were torn apart as the arrows passed, locking Yi Futian down tightly. The mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as well. Their arrows were all intended to end Yi Futian right where he stood. At almost the very same moment, Huang Jiuge shot an arrow as well. The arrow shot from the Renhuang Bao streaked through the space and was targeted at the incoming enemy arrows. His arrow proved to be faster and it zipped past Yi Futian as it clashed with the incoming arrows, crumbling together. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of that. Even when Huang Jiuge's arrow zipped right past his side, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He stepped out and cast his pressure downwards at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu below. The ones from the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were top on his to-be-killed list. Those two had allied with the Jisheng Cliffs and waged the sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace after all. The rock streaked through the sky and charged forward. Kong Yao stepped forward and brought a huge divine elephant stepping, shrouding the sky and intending to stomp on Yi Futian. Dazzling screens of starlight appeared around Yi Futian, as if a star was wrapped within. The divine elephant crushed the stars with a loud boom and continued to come down on him, crashing onto the rock's humongous body. Yi Futian's speed forward seemed to have been slowed and dropped quite a distance below, but it continued to streak forward, letting Kong Yao's powers drop onto him without a care. The expressions of Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu changed somewhat. The ancient bell rang with intentions to overpower everything around it. Sound waves swept forth and crashed onto the rock's body. Li Daoqiu launched attacks that were just as fearsome, as if an ancient mountain had bashed onto Yi Futian's body. The rock seemed to have become his battle form as he continued to charge forward. Rumbles continued to be heard around him. The rock was shattered and the battle form was no more, yet Yi Futian himself tore right through the mountain, lashing out with the halberd in his hand at the incoming storm of rocks. The light of countless particles shone and zipped out like bolts of lightning, bringing the power to tear everything in the path apart to bear. A sound of the bell rang with enough magnitude to tear people's souls apart, yet Zhong Kuei himself suffered the recoil. Seeing the figure clad in white descending upon him with the halberd of space and time in his hand like a god of war, the space around him seemingly frozen thoroughly, he finally came to understand how Zhou Huang felt moments before the prince died. The lockdown was absolute and indisputable. The space around him seemed to have grinded to a complete halt. The space that was shrouded by the holy light of the halberd of space and time was completely put under the weapon's control. It was the divine implement ranked third on the divine implement ranking, and Yi Futian himself was adept at wielding space-freezing rule powers. Once he had gotten close, even mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking would have been put under temporarily space-time halt status. And that temporary moments were more than enough to decide their fates. Nothingness, the halberd of space and time, was named for its ability to reduce everything to nothing when it landed on its target. Devastating storms raged and Zhong Kuei, a mighty one of the Xihua Sacred Mountain ranked on the sage ranking, exploded to pieces. Like Zhou Huang, he was not given a single moment to struggle. The killing was clean and done in a single blow. Yi Futian's charge did not stop after killing Zhong Kuei, as he headed straight for Li Daoqiu, who was retreating. The halberd transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the space before him in an unstoppable manner. The third mighty one ranked on the sage ranking was killed with a splattering sound heard, dying right on the spot. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the top-notch sages from the Xihua Sacred Mountain. Everyone retreated at the very same time. One look from him was all it took to spook them all. Extremely dazzling holy light swords streaked at him, but Qin Zhuang and the others appeared right behind Yi Futian, conjuring the sword diagrams before him. Hundreds of thousands of swords burst forth at the same time, clashing with the swords coming at him. Sword aura storms whipped up in the air before him. Yi Futian did not turn around. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He continued streaking forward without paying any heed to attacks from Kong Yao and the others. Regardless of how formidable his defenses were and how peerless his body was, there was simply no way he could have emerged completely unscathed. He foregone resistance and simply charged forward, bearing the brunt of the attacks and killed the only two mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain ranked on the sage ranking. It was anyone's guess what Saint Xihua would have thought of what transpired. Yi Futian kept his gaze forward. Lu Zong was among the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. He pointed the halberd of time and space forward and said, "Who dares to come and kill me?" The saints murmured in discussion. "The one to kill Yi Futian shall take Huangjioga." At the moment, it was a wonder who would have emerged to kill Yi Futian. 2 attacks from him ended with 3 deaths of sages ranked on the sage ranking. Other than Jia and Kong Yao, both of whom were ranked at the top 10 of the sage ranking, who perhaps had a chance against him, no one else dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment. "Let's go." Yi Futian continued to step forward in the air. While he might have been peerless in battle, his powers were still limited nonetheless, which meant that there was no way he could have brought down everyone standing against him with his power alone. Furthermore, there were many from the Holy Ji Palace present. Many holy lands were still sitting on the fence at the moment. The feat of killing 3 sages who ranked on the sage ranking was to shock the people of the other holy lands into inaction. The score was to be settled once they returned to the Holy Ji Palace. "Think about the consequences if you all were to let the tiger return to the mountain," Kong Yao said coldly. He was alone and had little to lose. The Jisheng Cliffs was almost annihilated by Yi Futian, and he wanted to see how many of the holy lands who had acted against Yi Futian dared to let the palace lord sage leave just like that. Kong Yao stepped forward against Yi Futian, bringing countless divine elephants to bear. Every step that Kong Yao took seemed to be out to bring down the sky. The figure who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not one to be trifled with. Kong Yao trained in few rules, yet he had trained to the extreme with every single one that he mastered. A humongous shadow of the divine elephant appeared as he burst forth with his life spirit, stepping forward and intending to stomp onto Yi Futian. The palace lord had led others to carry out a bloodbath in the Jisheng Cliffs, and he intended to settle the score by taking Yi Futian's life. An earth-shattering roar was heard and a divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian, taking the place of the rock. He merged with the ape and burst with wild, unfettered powers. Yi Futian stepped forward and shook the air about him. He began attacking and devastating storms were whipped up, piercing the huge divine elephant, shattering it to pieces. Yi Futian, who was clad in boundless overwhelming power, headed straight for Kong Yao. He stepped forward with terrifying steps, just like the divine elephant stomping the air about it. Every single step beat hard on Yi Futian's mind, yet he simply shrugged off all of that. The divine ape roared as it resisted the power of every single step. Blood was seen at the corner of Yi Futian's mouth, yet he continued to press forward. So long as he was able to get close, there would have been no problem for him to kill Kong Yao, regardless if he was ranked 9th on the sage ranking. The halberd of time and space tore through all manner of powers. The divine elephant life spirit behind Kong Yao stomped, yet Yi Futian continued to press forward. The halberd of space and time was thrust and the space around him frozen. In that very instant, Kong Yao felt it very difficult for the divine elephant to lift its leg, as if its movements were about to grind to a complete halt. He sensed that something was wrong and burst with rule power in a frenzy, breaking that shackling power through sheer brute force as he brought the elephant's leg down. The divine elephant's shadow shattered with a rumble. The halberd of space and time brought a devastating storm right onto Kong Yao. Kong Yao roared and brought his arms down to resist. Thousands of elephants seemed to have trumpeted as they stomped the air. Yi Futian did not retreat. His halberd burst with towering light, intending to bring the sky down. One elephant after another was destroyed. Kong Yao's arms were put before him, his divine implement gauntlet blocking the halberd. His arms trembled violently. His body was about to be torn apart as it was thrown high in the sky. At that very moment, Zhou Mian's golden phoenix flapped its wings, blocking the sky as it headed straight for Yi Futian. Ji Mu's sword of light came onto him as well. Yi Futian's surroundings seemed to have been turned into an absolute space, as space and time felt like they were about to stop altogether. The phoenix's cutting rules and the sword of light tore through the lockdown and crashed hard onto Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was sent flying with a rumble. Yet, the two incredibly ferocious attacks did not faze Yi Futian much. Be it the tremendously sharp wings of the phoenix or the sword of light, none of them were able to pierce his body. It seemed as if Yi Futian did not only possess incredible defense. His physical body itself was also unnervingly strong. However, regardless of how strong his body was, his innards were still rattled after bearing the brunt of such ferocious attacks. It seemed as if he was about to spit blood, yet he simply snickered coldly. "You want to kill me? Then you shall pay with your blood." He stepped forward and this time, he handed straight for the Hall of Holy Light, at Ji Mu who had lashed out with a blinding sword at him. Jia was being held back by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The mighty ones of the Yi clan were being dealt with by the Yu clan's mighty ones and Huang Jioga. Those who were capable of the fastest and the most ferocious attacks were incapable of getting in the way of Yi Futian. At that very moment, Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light, who was ranked on the sage ranking, saw Yi Futian snickering at him. He actually felt a tinge of fear. The youth clad in white came to possess such overwhelming aura. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.